Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Escape to Nature. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am very, very excited for what today might hold. I'm just checking in on our beautiful Egyptian gosling or Egyptian goose family. And my name is Lisa. I will be a waterhole naturalist for the day, and I'm very excited to be monitoring our different waterholes today. Hopefully we get a lot of action. But as always, I do believe it will be a beautiful day overall as we get to just watch these beautiful creatures just do their thing and strut their stuff without even knowing that we are watching them. Now I'm just trying to see if all 6 of our little ones are still safe and sound. I make it my mission now on the daily to make sure all of them are still accounted for. Of course, we know anything can happen, during the night or even during the daytime, but even more so at nighttime, they are much more vulnerable, specifically to something like owls. But we'll see if we can do a quick head count. Patricia, good morning. And thank you so much for your awesome comments. Yourself and myself. That doesn't sound right, does it? I'm excited with all of you for today. And of course, just escaping to nature, just listening to everything, observing everything, just taking it easy. And definitely, did you see that? That bird was a bee eater. I knew they were around. I'll definitely look for them. There's another one. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm super excited. Last week I saw some for the first time, but they were so far away it was actually difficult to ID them. But these ones that briefly flew past now seems like the little bee eaters. Hopefully they perch somewhere close by for us and we can actually get a proper idea on them. Alrighty, but it seems like it's going to be a beautiful sunny day here in the lovely Namibia. But let us have a look-see and see what the weather forecast is for today. Lovely. It seems like Kariga is the only one that might have a little bit cooler weather. However, that might be good for our naturalist, of course, just to cool down a little bit out there. But in our other locations, it seems nice and hot, which definitely excites me. As I think, or I shouldn't say think, as I'm hoping and praying that the animals come to the waterhole. Because often I think something and the animals are like, no, we're not doing that today. I'm just trying to, if these chickadees will just sit still for 2 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay! All 6 of them are still here. That is so cool. My apologies. I'm just very, very concerned about them. I feel like it's my own children. So I do need to make sure all of them are accounted for every single morning and that nothing got a hold of them during the night. White Mane, good morning and thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that super awesome comment. And it's always great hearing from all of you as well. And remember, like White Mane and Patricia, you can definitely send through your comments, questions, anything you might have for us today. Remember, we are live, we are interactive, and ultimately this is your safari. So we would love to hear from you, any questions you have, whether it's about the animals, the locations, the naturalists. You are more than welcome to get in touch with us. And also, if you want us to look for anything in particular, we will definitely do so. Oh, I see a springbokkie enjoying some early grass. And the birds you see moving around amongst the rocks, those are blacksmith lapwings. It's very difficult to see though. You just see the movement every now and again. I so often say this, but it always astonishes me how well everything just camouflages and actually just blends in this beautiful location of ours. Is that a baby springbok? People, hold on to your seats.
We've got a baby springbok!
Sorry, I apologize if you are now deaf. It is, just look at it. It is my first one for the season, so I do apologize if I have now killed your ears. I'm just super happy about this. Oh, this is amazing. Man alive, how cute is that? He's so tiny. Oh, that is just absolutely amazing. And of course, springbok being antelope, we know that a lot of animals, especially the antelope, have their young in the rainy season. Now, the rainy season hasn't properly kicked off here in Okokweyo. However, we have had some rainfall, but not nearly efficient enough, to get us through winter. But I always, when I think about that, I always remember it as anything that could easily become a meal to a predator. Those animals generally have their young in the rain season. Oh, I'm tired now, Mom. I just nap a little. You carry on with your... Look at that. You can't even see it. Oh, Nunu's my lieflang. That is just so adorable. And again, you cannot even remotely see that tiny thing. And of course, with springbok, both male and female will have horns as adults. But of course, it's going to be a little bit tricky for a female to give birth to a tiny thing with horns. So the horns will only start protruding. Ooh, apologies for that lesser spotted Homo sapien. It is most probably the conservation management going out for some checks. Oh, I cannot believe this. I'm so happy. This has made my day. Escape to nature is over. Goodbye, everyone. I hope you have a beautiful day. I literally have to see nothing else today. But I hope we do, but... This has definitely made my day. And of course, we have seen some wildebeest calves, as well as the oryxes. Also, a few of them already have their young. And then, of course, some zebra foals. But as I say, when rain really starts coming in, then a lot of the animals will start to have their young. And I know this is something we often touch on as naturalists on Wild Earth. But I always wonder about it, is it something they consciously do? Because of course, as humans, we have our own hypothesis around why they only have their young then. Of course, when rain comes, there's a lot of food around. It rejuvenates the whole bush, so then there will definitely be enough leaves, grass, flowers, everything for the young as well. Another theory is, of course, the rain washes away the smell of afterbirth, so that will generally, hopefully, disguise the little ones from predators. But again, is it something that animals consciously, do? Do they wait for rain? Because obviously it's a biological thing. You can only withhold your baby, as people say, for that long. And of course, we see a lot of animals sometimes giving birth and then the others will start. So this is going to be an interesting pattern now to see if the other animals are also going to, the other springbok at least, are also now slowly going to start showing us their little ones. Whoop! The lesser spotted Homo sapien is back. And it's gone. Oh man. And of course, the little ones are relying on mommy's milk for the few first months. Goodness. So that is definitely essential for them right now, with springbok, wildebeest, zebras, elephants, anything really.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
The springbok on the right is lying down. Of course, it is a little bit difficult to actually tell between male and female unless you can really see the genitalia. But let's all put our positive vibes out there and hope that this is a female giving birth. Of course, we learn with various species, specifically antelope. Some lie down, some stand up, but I have found many times exceptions to the rules. So you never know. I just want to see if we can keep an eye on this tiny one. I feel obligated now, like with the Egyptian geese, to just make sure that it is in fact alright and safe. And if you are just only joining us now, we have got our first baby springbok. There's another bee eater. My goodness, where are you guys flying to and then landing? Or perching? Alrighty, well, I'm not taking my eyes off of this little one, even if I miss elephants or rhinos or hyena riding the back of an elephant. I'm watching this baby springbok. But while I do so, I'm going to send you over to the beautiful Kariga so they can say good morning.
Good morning from Kariga Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. I'm Nick, I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. And what a way to start our little session of escape to nature with a peaceful scene of mom with her little foal. Lovely, tender little moment between the two. So we started the day off with quite gloomy weather almost. It was very moody types of clouds, very low lying. The sun's starting to come out a bit more now. The wind it's not blowing hard, but it's picked up a bit and has potentially helped to even blow those clouds away. And I'm sure it's going to turn out to be another stunning day here down at Kariga. And we've got these two zebras just slightly separated from the rest of the group, just having a bit of bonding time. Mum kind of quite happy to be standing there. The little foal did do a little bit of nursing. I'm sure it might go back and nurse a bit more soon enough. And just showing a little bit of love, a little bit of affection. The foal's definitely being a little youngster and is a lot more twitchy than mom is, moving all over. Sandy, 100%. This is absolutely amazing to start the day like this, and it's a precious little moment. Very endearing little moment. Just trying to have a close look at the foal, at its face there. If that's a little bit of mud or what's on there. But if you look at the bum of that little foal, you can see the slightly longer little bits of hair on the bum, which is quite characteristic of a small little foal. If you look at mom's rump, her bum from here, you can see she doesn't have that longer hair. So the older that this little foal gets, the more that longer hair will just kind of grow out as it is. And thankfully there hasn't been nearly as many midges and things like that, but you can see mom's kind of shaking her head a little bit like that. The little foal doing a bit of foot stamping every now and then, so I'm sure there's some little flies or something that are just cruising around them there, causing mom to swish her tail continuously. I mean, you can see that they are standing pretty much on some dung, It looks like it could be some buffalo dung. We did have that herd of buffaloes mud wallowing just to the right hand side of where they are now yesterday, so there is quite a bit of their dung all over the place, and that could have definitely attracted some flies. So it definitely doesn't help that they're standing right on top of a fly attractor. What man? I agree 100%. It is a beautiful shot. Just now there when that little foal puts its head underneath Mom's chin. It's a stunning, stunning shot, that. So I've actually been taking a few pictures. So you might hear the camera shutter going just like that every now and then. Yeah, cute little youngster helping Mom to stay clean there. Vigilant little thing, huh? Looking all over the place. Everything's an adventure, you know. We've seen how this little foal's not scared. Not scared to go up to a few buffalo a few meters away. Look at them head on. When eland, also another big-bodied animal, comes along, also not scared to stand right next to the eland. A brave little thing, confident little thing. You know, you look at little youngsters, elephant calves also make me laugh quite a lot. You know, when they get to that age of where they start to get a bit of confidence, and they come and charge towards you in your vehicle with their ears out to the side and they're trumpeting, and then, you know, everybody in the vehicle will be videoing with their cameras and things like that and their phones, and somebody will make a little bit of movement, and that little elephant calf will lose its confidence, run back to Mom, underneath Mom, glean some confidence back from Mom, you know, a bit of body contact, get some reassurance, and then come back and do that again. But this little youngster, I mean, is, yeah, like we said, not scared to go right up to the buffaloes and things like that. Little tail of this foal's got some serious growing and developing to do. Looks more furry than anything else. Randy, this foal will now be around a month or a month and a half or so. So I was not on the reserve when it was born, but it should be around that sort of age, somewhere around there, a month old or so. Still very small. It has started to lose a little bit of its longer hair, kind of, maybe closer to a month and a half on the top of its back there, but you can see it's still got a lot of that fluffy hair closer to its rump. But it is a cute little thing. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. And it's amazing having a look at the two side by side. If you have a look at Mom's legs, how her legs are pretty much just white. You know, most of her stripes and things end on her body. Whereas you look at the foal and there's some definite markings and stripes on the legs themselves. Mom was getting an inadvertent face scratch there from the youngster, which is probably quite a nice added benefit of having a little foal. You know, scratching your face if you've got an itch for a zebra can't be too easy. You have to find a nice tree and scratch up against the tree. Yes, we did see that buffalo calf a few days ago rubbing its face up against its mother. So something similar there for these zebras. And you can see on the inside front right leg of that foal how there's that black marking. So Mom will have that as well. It's just the angle that she's standing at that we can't see that. So that is a slightly more hardened, calloused piece of sort of skin area for when they sit down, so that the hooves, they tuck their legs in, so the hooves don't kind of cut the skin open there on the legs when they're lying down. So that little youngster is still quite small, still got to develop quite a bit more. That little foal showing us exactly how to get to an itch on the head other than rubbing your head up against a tree. Showing us what flexibility goals are for 2023, with a big yawn afterwards. You can just see on the inside of Mom's front left leg that callous piece of skin that we were talking about earlier. The foal being an irritant there, just making sure Mom's been flossing. Wow, what an adorable way to start our escape to nature at Kariega. Yeah, a lovely peaceful way to start the day with having all of that cloud cover that we've had. There hasn't been too much sort of raptor activity of yellow-billed kites or jackal buzzards or anything like that looking to look for thermals and things like that. But things are definitely starting to warm up a bit. It's starting to feel a little bit more humid. The clouds are starting to move away. I can see one or two patches of blue sky. So there is a chance that as the day ebbs on, that we might start to see a bit more movement and activity from them. It's amazing having a look at the patterns of this little foal. You look on the sort of the stomach. Very interesting little patterns that it's got. Obviously each individual has patterns that are unique to itself. You won't find any two zebras with the same patterns. So it's not like this foal's inheriting any type of stripe pattern from Mom. But it's quite interesting just having a look. The center of the chest, that stripe comes down and then splits at the bottom, almost forming like an upside down Y. And then how, kind of just to the left of that, you've got the stripe that starts all the way at the top of the rump, comes down in an arc-like direction, and then coming down diagonally, and then meets almost with like a vertical stripe. Beautiful stripe pattern, which he does not want us to have a look at. Pamela, in terms of the bite force, the exact bite force, I'm not 100% sure in terms of, I think they rate in like PSIs and things like that. But it will be strong. They've got a serious set of teeth on them, and I don't think you want to be bitten by a zebra. You look at stallions when they're having a little box, they're able to bite the tail off of another stallion. So they've got a strong bite on them. We saw that little youngster yawn a little bit, but I don't know if any of you have seen a mature, an adult zebra yawning. You can see they've got a good set of teeth on them. Little foal's had enough TLC from mum. Wants a bit of its own time. Yeah, just thinking about bite forces and things like that. Kind of my mind wandering a bit. You think of something like an ostrich, which doesn't even have any teeth. Got quite a significant size bill, good size beak, but no teeth. Which you'd kind of think that all of the animals out here to kind of digest their food and chew it up and things like that kind of need teeth. But for the ostrich, they won't have any. Fred, yes, this is quite common for the foal to stay this close to the mother. Obviously a very strong bond between the two. And as this foal starts to get a little older and potentially grow and a bit more confidence and things like that, it'll wander even further from mom, and mom will be quite happy with that. It's just sort of a natural progression. Really showing its youth here, this little youngster. Lovely to see. And you can, even if you look carefully, you can see the stomach going up and down while it breathes when it's not goofing around. But what it's doing there, it may have even learned that from mom potentially. Remember, zebra will roll around in a similar motion and movement to what this one is doing to get a bit of sand on their back and get rid of itches and protect their skin from little mites and things like that from rolling around in the sand. You can see how this one's rolling around kind of just in almost like a little grassy section there. So not right on the dirt itself, so maybe it's even just a little bit softer on its back. In the frame there, just by the dung, it looks like it could be a wagtail. Don't have my binoculars on me right now, but just by looking by the movement of the tail and the size of the bird, looks like it could have been a wagtail. Yeah, so we touched on those ostriches there of having no teeth. So remember, for them, just to come full circle, they will swallow some stones and things like that. As much as 1 kilogram of stones for an ostrich. Tina, yes, a lot of behavior will be learnt behavior from watching mom throughout different species. They are definitely born with a degree of instinct, but a lot of behavior is learnt behavior. See how that little foal just put its head up and was listening. There was a small wheeze from a blesbok behind me. Very alert little thing. So yes, a lot of behavior will be learnt behavior. This little foal's going to learn a lot from mom in terms of the areas of where she goes to feed, things to be wary of. You look at things like your cats. Your cats have obviously got to learn how to hunt. That's obviously a big step. They're definitely, like I said, born with a degree of instinct of what they should do. But practice comes down to a lot of it, and before even physically practicing, things like your lions will watch, the lionesses of the pride hunting, how they strategize, how they go around doing things, and then they'll start to get involved in the hunts, and And by that stage, those little lion youngsters are relatively useless to the hunt, because they think after watching the lionesses for a few months that they now are the greatest hunters around. And in situations of when they should just be sitting still and possibly waiting for a prey species to move, they get up and they run too early and they ruin the hunt. So it's a tough period for those lionesses, because essentially rookie errors are being made. So for something like this zebra foal, when lions are running at you, it needs to have learned exactly what to do from mom, in terms of evasive maneuvers and getting away and things like that. So a lot of behavior will be learnt. Look at things like elephants. Elephants have got to learn where are the good areas to feed, what are good plants to feed on, and what are bad plants to feed on. Some baboons calling in the background. You can see this little foal's put his ears straight up and is having a good listen. Very alert little thing, hey? I mean, obviously mom is hearing those things as well, those alarm calls and all the noises going on. But you can see she's got a bit more experience. It doesn't get her attention. She doesn't almost give a little jolt when something happens. She's hearing all of those things. But she knows it's not an immediate threat, where you can see for this foal, the difference in attention. Ears are front facing, head is up. He pretty much stops whatever he's doing, whether it's grooming himself or rolling around in the sand, which is good. Rather be over vigilant when you're not really that experienced than vice versa, than the other way around. Yeah, definitely a very curious little thing. I was watching a zebra foal the other day, and it was lying down, resting on its side, having a bit of a sleep, similar position to like that, and a bug, a beetle, walked past, and it was so interesting to see how the little youngster poked its head up, and it watched this little beetle walk past, and it was like 10 centimeters in front of its face, and zebra foal had its lip on the ground, and you could just see its eyes moving with wherever that little beetle was cruising. It was so cute to see. But that right there, I mean, it's a comfy position to lie down, but with your head lower than the rest of your body, I must say, surely there must be a few more comfortable positions than that. I think that the other way around might be a bit more satisfying. Vicky, thanks for the question. I would say it's not quite a amber color. It's maybe more of like an opaque amber, not something like you describe a cheetah's eyes as being quite sort of amberish. But no, I wouldn't say they're completely black. I mean, they're darkish. In terms of the conditions that we've got here, there's no real sunlight coming out, so the eyes are kind of being cast in a little bit of shadow here. So it's making it a little bit more difficult. But they won't be 100% black, no. Friend of mine did get a beautiful picture the other day. He had some zebras come right up next to his car, and he zoomed in on the eye of the zebra, and the whole picture is just the eye of the zebra. There's nothing much else. And in this picture you can actually see the reflection of the vehicle. You can see the vehicle in the eye of the zebra. I mean, it's an absolutely amazing picture. I'd love to try and get something like that myself. Back to mom for a bit of loving.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So definitely a nice slow start to the day here for the zebra. Some Egyptian geese flying over. Let's see if the foal changes position. Yeah, just lifting the head slightly, attention on them. So we all know how territorial Egyptian geese are. So they're shouting to each other, saying, "No, this is my area, move on." So that's what that little foal is having a look at. Talking about a bit of bird life, let's take you across to Lisa, who's got some birds of her own.
Thank you, Nick. And good morning to you. I found our bee eaters, and it is European bee eaters. How cool is this? Picasso, if you are listening, the other day you asked about Eurasian migrants. This is definitely one of them. Generally, they start their migration anything from October, even perhaps September, if it's starting early. And then they'll depart again anything from March to April. And of course, as I mentioned, this is now becoming the rain season, prime time for Okukoyo. So definitely adding on to that. But how amazing is this? As I say, the other day I did see some bee eaters, but it was really, really far away. This is in our leadwood tree that is just to the left of the waterhole. So it's very, very, very cool to see them. And the fact that they are actually just sitting still. And of course we know bee eaters, as their name suggests, they are insectivores. So they'll eat bees, but they'll also, the rain of course brings a lot of things apart from just beautiful flowers and new vegetation. It will also, as we've now seen a lot during the summertime in Juma, for instance, it will also bring a lot of insects. So butterflies and all sorts of things that they'll be able to have a feast on. But this is just so, so cool. My day has been made. Our baby springbok is still fine. I have been keeping my eye on it just before I actually found the bee eaters. But this is super, super cool. I'm gonna see if I can get us a closer look. Hopefully. There we are, and it's just, they've got some harsh sunlight on them, so you can't properly appreciate their colors right now. If you are not too familiar with these guys, please look them up. They are absolutely stunning. They've got yellow in their plumage, blue, this reddish brown, some green, white, black. They are absolutely stunning birds. Fiona, you would like to know if bee eaters... No, don't go. If bee eaters come in different colors. Yes, definitely. So you get a lot of different bee eaters. You get the blue cheek bee eater. You get the European, like this one as we're seeing. You get the little bee eater, which is a more common one. We have seen it quite a few times in the Sabi Sand. Then you get the rosy bee eater, you also get the carmine bee eater, swallowtail, so there really are various ones. But this is one for me personally, I haven't seen them too often. I have been able to photograph them a few times, but as I say, the little bee eater is something I've seen more commonly in my life. So definitely super special to be seeing these guys. And if you are wondering, this is what they sound like when they vocalize. So really a beautiful sound from them. And as I say, we haven't even had proper rains here, but I can definitely imagine that there has been some creepy crawlies that have started to come out, you know, with the new sprouts of green coming through the soil as well. And so it truly is wonderful. But with your migratory birds, it's very, very interesting because generally, for the most part, the peak for these guys is to see them in October, September, that time around. But of course, you know, with Namibia, it's a different rainfall season. And of course, you know, birds migrate, as well as animals, but birds specifically that are migratory birds, migrate for a specific reason. And that, of course, is temperature, food, water, all of that, and especially with these guys. As I say, they are insectivores, so that also does play a massive role. And here in Namibia, the rain season is only from January up to March, April. So that is why we are only starting to see them now. I just quickly want to check in with our springbok and then I'll come back to these beautiful birds. So just bear with me. I just want to have a look because eventually the mother also hunched down for a little bit of a rest. This was the other springbok, so I just want to have a look off to our left. Alrighty, so there's mom. And then little one. It's very strange though. The little one, when she went down for a little bit of a nap or chance to rest, she literally came to lie down in that spot. So it's odd that, they are not close to each other. So the lamb, as we refer to a baby springbok, is just off to the right at the bottom of your screen. Now you'll see that tiny thing. That is actually a springbok lamb, the first one for myself to see in Okukoyo. And then of course mom off to the left. But as I say, when she went to lie down, that is where she went to go rest. So I'm not too sure why they aren't right next to each other. Of course, baby animals like we saw with that foal with the zebra now in Kariga with Nick, they tend to stick as close as possible to mom for as long as possible. Of course, the mother has the street smarts. They'll know what to look out for and what to be cautious for and vigilant. Perhaps these two just have that sort of relationship. Amanda, you are 10 years old. What a time to be alive. But thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. Baby springboks feed on grass, but when they are this tiny, they are relying on their mom's milk. So of course, they are not that big yet as an adult. They don't constantly have to eat grass. So they drink their mother's milk as much as possible. But then they actually start grazing from an early age as well. Anything from a couple of days old, they'll already start grazing. And then interestingly enough, with a lot of the vegetarian animals, they actually will go through coprophagia, which is eating of dung. And they will do that with their mother's dung because that might be a little bit more digested. Now that you'll find specifically with elephants, rhinos, those bigger animals that don't really digest well. But of course springboks are ruminants, so they digest very, very well because they can regurgitate their food. It is not the norm for these sort of animals to go through that, but I have seen it with impala and kudu, where the lambs and the calves eat the mother's dung. But for the most part, Amanda, they will drink mommy's milk and they will then, after a couple of days, actually start grazing. But even though these animals are made for, of course, sunlight, heat, humidity, they thrive in these sort of areas that are open, really dry. It will be interesting to monitor this baby today and to see, how much it's going to drink from mom, how frequently it's going to get up, because of course, it is going to become very hot today. So we will definitely be observing and monitoring the tiny one to see what happens. But that is just incredible. You actually can't even see it. Honestly, if I didn't know, if we didn't see it initially moving around with mom, I would never have known there's a baby springbok there. And of course our Egyptian goslings. Egyptian geese are actually ducks, so you can also actually refer to them as ducklings. But goslings would not be incorrect, as they are known as Egyptian geese. Aww. Our bee eaters have taken off. But of course now I will just monitor the area and see. It's actually quite funny because I was looking for them and I looked in every possible acacia and bush and branch and everything. Instead of just trying the big tree first, I looked everywhere else. So hopefully they'll come back to this tree and sort of come and go during the day. Ooh, there goes our lapwings. But definitely so cool to see the different life around. White Mane, you are saying the water looks like an amethyst jewel. Indeed, that is what I love about Ukukweyo, especially if we have beautiful and sunny weather. Oh, these tiny ones just they entertain me so much. Sorry, let me show you the beautiful water that White Mane was now referring to. So this is what I love about Ukukweyo specifically. For the most part, we've got, really sunny days. Of course, that is now slowly going to change with hopefully a proper rainfall. But generally, for the most part, when the sky is this beautiful and blue and just clear, that always reflects on the water, and it really is just such a stunning picture. It literally looks like a painting or something. And I cannot wait, as I've been saying, for the past few days, to see how this place is going to look within the next month or so. Because, of course, then hopefully we would have had proper rainfall, or at least some. Because you can see here and there's already grass sprouting, coming out, new life coming around. So just imagine with a proper rainfall what it's going to look like. Ooh, there's our bee eaters. But they did not seem to go to that tree. Oh, I think birding here must be spectacular. I cannot wait to visit this location. Because you can really, I think you see so much. You have a proper set of binoculars and you just sit here at camp. You don't even have to go anywhere. You just sit and watch. From rhinos to elephants to bee eaters to springbok. And I'm hoping, I don't know what will happen, because like we saw in Mashatu, you know, when there was a proper storm and a lot of rain, the animals actually stayed away for, I think, a good 2.5 weeks solid. We had animals there, here and there, but in terms of actual mammal activity, there wasn't that many. So it will definitely be interesting to see what's going to happen here in this lovely location when there's been rain. Are the animals gonna, you know, thrive and come back and show themselves constantly, or are they going to stay away because they will no longer be restricted? Anyway, I will see if I can find our bee eaters again, and of course keep an eye on our springbok lamb. But while I do that, I'm going to send you back to Nick, who's got a surprise for us, who's apparently mud wallowing.
So hopefully you get your bee eaters again there. So we were in exactly the same spot as before, where we had our zebra foal and mother. And a little bit of muscle has decided to walk in here. So the zebras have made way. Remember, everything out here is kind of based on size. Yeah, on a lovely scene here with Tandi, Sia and Mtetu. So they've literally just arrived here. You can see one of them has flopped down there. A mudwallow just slightly on the right hand side of where they are. I really thought they were going to head into that mudwallow. In terms of the direction of where they came, they kind of walk straight here. If you were with us for Sunrise Safari this morning, you would have seen that we had the buffaloes quite early on in the day heading to the mudwallow. I have seen 1 or 2 warthogs that are covered in mud as well, so I'm finding it quite surprising that these guys are taking it easy next to the mudwallow. Nothing wrong with that though. If it works for them, that's great. So no shortage of animals here at Kariega today. Everything's just flowing, everything's happening. Let me see if I can show you some of the surrounding area, and we can come back to these rhino here. So just to the side we've got some zebra. James, 100% it is. It's amazing to see the whole rhino family together there. You can see right at the back we've got some warthog there. An animal that's not too easy to get on film, on camera. They are relatively nervous of the vehicles and things like that. So lovely to be able to get our warthogs. Some more zebra closer to Scotia Dam at the back there. And some eland as well. So interestingly, by the mudwallow itself, not really by Scotia Dam where there is potentially cleaner water. The rest of the eland herd is not too far off, but it's just these two that have kind of headed down to the mudwallow itself here. You can even see in the background, it looks like we do have some warthogs right back there. Just above the water line, another 3 warthog there. So definitely all happening here today. It's lovely. I can tell you one thing, the humidity is definitely picking up. My goodness. So I can't blame a lot of these animals for starting to head down to these areas here. Let me see if I can take you back to the rhino. Those warthog that we saw, kind of deciding whether they should come to the mud wallow. Jessica, thanks for your question. The smallest antelope in the world. Oh, there go our little warthogs, little piggies. So the smallest antelope that I know about, I'm not sure if it's in the world, but that I know about in Africa is the dik-dik, which is more sort of, you look at like East Africa and stuff like that. That's probably going to be your smallest antelope in Africa. I'd have to do a bit of reading and see if it is in the world. But in terms of South Africa, just trying to think now. Sunni's probably right up there. Your Sunni's very small. Blue duiker, also a small little antelope. Now you can see here, Thandi is looking very sleepy. Both Sia and Mtetu behind her have lain down. So I'm putting my money that it's really just a matter of time before she lies down. There is quite a bit of movement and noise going on the peripheries of those warthogs moving around, scampering through the grasses and things like that. That herd of buffaloes that we saw on Sunrise Safari this morning is not too far away. Remember, there's always lots of ear flicking amongst them, a few bellows and things, as remember there's one or two males looking to potentially mate, so she's going to be picking up on all those noises, and you can see her ears are just constantly rotating, moving all over the place, having a good listen. So maybe once things kind of quieten down, once she's confident, 100% confident that it's all good, that it's safe, maybe she'll settle down as well. And you can see how they've obviously found some type of mud wallow somewhere else. You can see at the top of her back how it's a lot drier, and then the rest of their body is a lot darker. So I think they must have moved quite a distance, because just looking at the color of their skin now, remember that's going to portray the type of mineral content and composition of the soils and things like that. And where they are here, it doesn't look the same color as the soils that we find around here. Look, I don't know if you can see at the top of the frame, that bare soil that we can see right at the back there. It's more of a reddish color. There's more oxides in the soils here than compared to potentially where they've come from. Remember, your iron oxides will make your soils a bit more reddish in color. So she's maybe been doing a little bit of moving and shaking, getting her steps in for the day.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
kind of scrapes the ground a bit there. Little puff of dust gets blown up there. So there's definitely some loose dust and things like that, and loose sand on the top of this miniature ridgeline. And I'm sure if Thandi had to lie down here and position herself with her nostrils kind of over a bare patch of soil there, if she did have to go into a deep sleep, a deepish sleep, the breathing of rhino becomes quite methodical and quite heavy. And I've seen it quite a few times before, that every time they exhale, that force of all of that air coming out through that nasal cavity there, hitting the ground, it puffs up a little plume of dust. And that would be absolutely amazing to see. We've got a brave little wagtail moving around here. Ronnie, thanks for your question. The toughest part of a rhino's skin, I'd probably say it's going to be its side, going from sort of the shoulders all the way back to the sort of the rump directly on the side there. So remember, even though white rhinos do love open areas, they've got to walk through thickets at some point in time, and that thick hide is very protective. So I'd say that's probably going to be the strongest part. So this little wagtail is not scared of a big-bodied beast like a rhino. It's a little bit of a David versus Goliath situation there. Luckily that wagtail's not having to take the rhino on. See, I'm sure that wagtail is probably having some type of an impact in terms of Thandi resting here, as that wagtail is shouting quite a bit, is calling. JP, that's a good question. Is Thandi pregnant? We kind of all thought so. Because she was looking quite sort of large-bellied. Is it now? Sort of a month and a half ago or so. And there was a lot of speculation amongst all of the rangers that she might be pregnant and possibly, drop a youngster. But that doesn't seem to have come to fruition. And I personally don't think so. I mean, I'm not. It's purely sort of speculation. But I mean, if she was looking so big, I mean, did she have some type of a miscarriage? Who knows? But she was definitely looking slightly bigger for a period. So at the moment, no, I wouldn't say that she's pregnant. I mean, it would be nice if she read the script and turned bum on towards us, yeah, so we could really get an idea of her width. But no, I don't think she is pregnant. Remember, the gestation for a white rhino is 16 months. So it's really a good period of time. Black rhino will be 15 months, so just a little bit less. But remember, Thandi has been quite successful. Her sort of firstborn would have been Tembi in 2015. Lisa, thanks for your question. Rhinos can definitely move. Their top speed will be 40 kilometers an hour, which for such a large-bodied animal is a really, really good speed. And the acceleration of going from a sort of a standstill to that speed will be very quick. All of the animals out here can run faster than people can. There's no animal out here that we can outrun. You can't outrun a rhino, you can't outrun an elephant, you can't outrun anything. All these animals are faster. Maybe the only thing we can get past is a tortoise. So in terms of being in the bush, remember, if you do a bushwalk, your guide will always say to you, if anything happens along this walk, whatever you do, don't run. So there's two reasons for that. Obviously, like we said, you're not going to outrun anything, so you don't even give it a crack. But second of all, if you run from any type of predator, that instigates its sort of instincts to run after something, because it's usually prey runs after it. And if you're running away from a predator, that kind of initiates that instinct. But for a rhino, 40 kilometers an hour for both black and white rhino, that they'll be able to run, so they can really move it. Brandon, hey, good question. They do, yeah. All rhinos have got short tails. I always think rhinos have got a strange little tail. It's not a good fly swatter. It's kind of neither here nor there, really. And it always it makes me chuckle. So yeah, all rhinos do have short tails. Remember, we've got the 3 different species of rhino throughout the world, and they've all got short little tails like this with just a small little tuft of hair at the end. Yeah, you look at your zebras, they've got a nice tail that's good for swatting flies and things like that. It's not like flies don't go on a rhino. There's always flies around a rhino. There we go. She's getting down. And I feel like that tail doesn't always doesn't do justice, really, you know. You could see how she got down there, exhaling quite deeply. You could see the little plumes of dust being kicked up there. Quite nice that she's reading the script for us. But it looks like a comfy position of where she's got herself here. I think I've understood this question correctly. In terms of the front leg to the back leg, yeah, I mean they'll use their front leg sometimes as, rest their kind of head on it, almost like as a pillow sometimes. But other than that, the front legs are usually holding a bit more weight than the back legs. So you look at maybe a big male white rhino, those front legs might be slightly stronger, slightly bigger than the back legs. In terms of, if you look at the foot structure of a rhino, both front foot and back foot will have the same shape. There's going to be 3 toes, 1 at the front, 2 on the sides. Remember, there's not so much difference in weight distribution from the front of the body to the back of the body. So that's why there isn't going to be too much of a difference. The back foot will be slightly smaller than the front foot, but not nearly as different as something like an elephant. Remember, for an elephant, there's a lot more weight at the front of the body, so the front foot of an elephant would be much larger and rounder than the back foot to hold up more weight. But for rhino, it's a bit more similar. So you can see that Mudwallow is not too far away, still relatively close by. They've got lots of time, unless that herd of buffalo decides to come and plant themselves in there. They should be good to go. You can see on the back of her body there, obviously when the mud was still wet, maybe after that she moved through a thicket, and in the process of doing that, some of the leaves broke off, some of the little branchlets broke off from the tree and stuck to her body there. Our little zebra foal's come back and he's resting relatively close to where we are here. You can see Mom in the background. So earlier on we were talking about the hair on the ridge of that back line being a bit longer, being a bit fluffier. And we've got a really good angle here to be able to see that now. You can see when the wind kind of blows, how it kind of ruffles up that longer hair on the top of the mane there as well. Ooh, you got a fright, shame. Thandi exhaled so deeply and gave a and he absolutely shat himself. So maybe he hit, he was in his, what do they call it, REM, his deep REM sleep. You know, he was in the zone there, and oh, shame. His sleep got disrupted. But his tail's still going from side to side. He's still a happy camper. Looking in the direction of those rhinos to see if they're not coming. Sorry Zoe, I'll answer your question now. Didn't quite get the full extent of it. Zoe, I've got your question now. In terms of zebra's hair falling off, something like mange. If a zebra gets mange, then its hair will start to fall off. So you look at something like a very high tick load, causing a decrease in the health of an animal, of the zebra, and then from there a zebra can get mange, and if it does, the hair will start to fall off. And it's definitely not great. I've seen zebra with mange before. I've seen lions with mange before. I've seen lion cubs with mange, and they kind of look like, scrawny little black rats, really. So that's probably going to be your only case of why a zebra's hair would fall off. It's not like if there's another sort of stallion that takes over the harem, that there's a stress-induced factor from that is going to cause the hair of a zebra to fall off. You look at something like lion, where that's going to be more true, that if it's a very stressful time, if situations are very stressful, of maybe water's very hard to find, there's turbulent dynamics within a lion pride, the mane of a young male lion, if he's still developing, if he's still growing, will not grow as quickly as it should normally. Or if you've got a maybe a slightly older male and there's still stressful times happening, his mane might actually start to thin out. So if you look at something like lions in a zoo, or in an area where they're being kept, not in the wild, the mane of those animals will always be huge, simply because there isn't much stress for them. Compared to an animal that's out in the wild. But for zebra, that's not really going to be the case. And see, we've got some ostriches entering the frame right at the back there. I think while we wait for this zebra foal's heartbeat to return back to normal after his scare incident with the rhino, let's take you across to Lisa and see what she's got.
Welcome back to Ukukoyo. And if you're wondering, Lisa, why are we watching the tree line, the rocks, and the grass? Well, what you will need for this next assignment is a little bit of imagination and a magnifying glass. Because we've got our first springbok lamb for the season. Well, at least the first that we know of. Of course, there's a lot happening, not behind the curtains, but behind the trees that we don't always know of. And it's a little bit tricky to see, I do apologize. But right in the center, that is a baby springbok. And I've been observing the mother as well. The mother has actually come down to the water hole, has drunk water, all of that. And initially when we started Escape to Nature, this is how we saw the lamb, because it was still moving around with mom, and now it's just been chilling. Now, what I found interesting, for me personally, I don't have a lot of guiding experience with springbok in particular. I can narrate all of my bush guides for you on them. But of course, the best knowledge comes from experience and observation and just monitoring the animals. And as I said, it has been very interesting, just purely to see the behavior with the lamb. It has not been, by mom's side, looking for protection constantly and all of that. And the interesting thing, as I say, for me, I have seen springbok, but I don't have a lot of guiding experience, because I've mainly guided in the Waterbergs, the Bushveld. So arid areas like this is super interesting to me, to see the different ethology that plays out with the animals. Now, I do suspect it's very much like blesbok as well. I'm sure you've seen with blesbok. The calf will also lie down, and then Mommy will carry on, she will drink, she will eat, and all of that. And I was wondering, because it's really difficult. It's right in the center of the screen right now. It's a tiny brown dot, and that is a Springbok lamb. And I've been wondering, Mom, why do you leave it alone? Because Mom even took a nap for a little bit, but she didn't go lie down by the baby. And that also made me think, why? But of course, she's going to be seen much easier than the baby by itself. If she's lying with the baby and something were to come out of the tree line, like a lion or something, not that it's not really probable right now, it's very hot and humid, but never say never. Then if she is by herself and she needs to get up and evade that predator, she's going to draw attention to herself. Whereas if she's lying right next to the baby, of course, she is going to get up, the baby is also going to get up, and then of course that predator will think, what an easy meal. So it really has been super cool, and I'm super excited about all of this. If you're only joining now, we've also had some European bee-eaters as well, so that has been pretty exciting. I've been looking around to see where they've perched. I've even looked in the camps trees, but I have not found them yet again. Alrighty, well, I will keep an eye on baby, of course, but I see one of our zoomies has got a very, very special surprise for us in Djuma. Look who it is! Ooh, that elephant's got a hole. He took the buffet with him. He didn't just take the buffet and then left. He took the whole buffet with him. And again, as always, we've got one of our awesome zoomies dedicating their time to help us out on the Djuma Dam Cam. Isn't it incredible how quickly they just disappear? But hopefully they'll come down to the water now, because they haven't been to the water from what we've seen. So hopefully they either come down for a splash or a drink or a something. Oh, but now my day has really been made. If the Springbok lamb did not make it and the European bee-eaters did not make it, and Thandi and everything else that Nick has seen so far has not made it, this has definitely now put the cherry on top of the cake today. And it's so early, we're doing really well. It just really goes to show animals do not have a time frame, they do not have a schedule or a specific routine that they always stick to. They can really be so unpredictable. Come on down to the waterhole. And it is going to be fairly hot today in Djuma. But as I say, sometimes we think, okay, we're going to see so much at the waterhole today because, it's hot, it's humid, the animals will have to come. And then other times, it's just super quiet. Where they think, no, we will not be coming through. We'll do our own thing. Yay! Woohoo! Look at the water, guys. Come on down. Oh, look at the little one. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Jeez. Photo bomb. Man, look at that elephant's tusks. The one with a branch in its mouth. Oh, even this one close to us. How beautiful are they? those are some really impressive tusks on them. And this truly is an animal, you know, specifically that we often see so many times, whether it's here in the Sabi Sand or in Pridelands or in Madikwe. It really is just one of those sightings you can never get tired of. Because whether elephants are eating, drinking, swimming, they are always just so beautiful to watch. Rose Candy, thank you for that comment. I have not felt like the elephant whisperer in quite some time. It's been a dry season for me this stint. Just purely, you know, we've seen them here and there, but specifically in Ukukoyo, it's been very quiet with elephants there. So I'm just so happy anytime that we do get to see elephants, specifically on the water holes. Or on the dam cams, I should say. You see them quite often with Steve and Madikwe. The other day, Rolf also had 2 beautiful bulls, but oh man, this just never gets old.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
And that is literally what I love about elephants. I often refer to this, but with lions, for instance, in my personal experience at least, lions are either sleeping, eating, or mating, if you've got a sighting of them. With elephants, it's always so unpredictable, because there's so many things that, you know, influence their behavior, their movements. It can be from the weather to the dynamics within the herd to the matriarch. And that is what they do, you know, they'll take a drink, perhaps splash themselves very briefly, or like we saw that one, just take the easy route and go through the water. And then they'll do this, just splash some dust on them. And as we know, that cools them off, prevents ticks and parasites from, you know, irritating them too much, because it's not completely going to prevent it. That is generally what they also use mud for. And then they just carry on with their day. And sometimes you can see elephants. I love tracking elephants. It's my favorite thing to do on safari. And it's really so fascinating when it comes to their movement specifically. Sometimes they'll stay in one area for 3 days on end. Other times they can move 3 kilometers in 1 hour. They really are super unpredictable when it comes to where they go, how they do it. And of course, that is all due to communication, not just by the matriarch, but within the whole herd. Oh man, that was so cool. Just want to see, I think they're probably going to disappear completely into the bush, as opposed to coming out on the right, but I doubt it. I think that was the fun for the day. Or for the moment at least, you never know. As I say, they might stick around in the bush and come back. It seems like they've headed into the bush now. That's alright. We'll keep an eye on the waterhole as well, because what we've often seen is sometimes, you know, you think you just have one small herd of elephants, and then in the meanwhile, while you've watched that herd move off, some more elephants have actually joined the party at the actual waterhole. And so brief. As I say, I've had sightings, you know, with elephants for 4 hours straight, where they just swim and swim and swim and swim and swim and drink and swim. And other times it literally can be just a minute long, where they come quickly and they move off and carry on with their day. People tend to think, you know, when you've got, first of all, a waterhole, you're constantly going to see animals there. And it's not always the case. Specifically in a place like Djuma, there are so many other waterholes as well, whether they are natural or man-made, and which is good for the animals, you know. It doesn't restrict them just to come to one area and exert their energy. But ooh, there's another one. So the lovely voice in my ear, Dee, who's my director today, she's been gone for quite some time, so it seems like she brought back the Ellie luck. No, that is what we often see with elephants. And I've learnt in all of our locations, to be honest with you, sometimes you get so focused on just one animal or one sighting, and as I'm sure many of you have seen, that is why I like to, even if I know we've got a sighting, I will always look around, because sometimes if you are zoomed in on an animal or really focused on it, that animal, something like an elephant for instance, might freak out and you might not understand why. But in the meantime, there might have been lions that came around, or, you know, something else that happened in the meanwhile. And of course, as I say, to make sure you are not missing out on any last comers or extra visitors as well. But so amazing. He's got such a fluffy tail, almost. He's really got a good set of hair on the tip of his tail. Hi, beautiful. Oh, I really hope he comes this side, but I don't think he's going to. He's probably going to follow on the path that the herd just left on. Ooh, was that a roller? Oh, I don't know about all of you, but it has been a brilliant day, and it is only just past 10 o'clock in the morning. What an amazing day. Alrighty, well, myself and the Zoomy will definitely monitor this beauty and see if he's also just going to follow the straight path or if he's going to stick around hopefully for a bit. But while we do that, I'm going to send you over to Nick in Kariga, who's got something for us.
Yeah, definitely a lot happening at all our different locations here. Arana still taking it easy. There was a slight argy-bargy amongst the buffalo herd, and Tandi's now stood up just to assess the situation to see what's actually happening. You can see her shuffling a little bit. And our zebra still resting relatively close by. You can still see on the far side of Scotia Dam we've got some warthogs, some little pumbas. Have a look and see if we can potentially get closer to the foot here. Elizabeth, thank you for your question. In terms of mud wallowing, it's very dependent upon the weather conditions for the day for the rhino. So if it's a day that's very cold, it's maybe raining and things like that, they don't really need to mud wallow then. Remember, the purpose of mud wallowing is to protect the skin from both insects and ticks, as well as temperature. So a large portion of mud wallowing on a hot day will be temperature based. So they can still mud wallow on a cool day to protect their skin from insects and things. It's just not as likely. So it's very hard to give a one sort of based answer to that question. Yeah, so if you have a look at the foot structure of this rhino here, we were talking about legs and feet and things a little bit earlier. You can see quite clearly that there's those prominent 3 toes. One big one at the front and 2 on either side. So both the black and the white rhino will have those 3 toes. And then at the back of a white rhino track, the shape of it forms more of almost like a W. That's how I remember it, W for white rhino. And then a black rhino, it'll be more sort of oval shaped right at the back. Because your black rhino is a smaller sized animal than a white rhino, its feet will be smaller as well. Remember, a big male white rhino being about 2,200 kilos, and a big male black rhino being about 900. So a little bit of shuffling going on here. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. The buffalo herd has now got up and is starting to move around. Maybe let me just pan to the side here. There is a wildebeest bull that's trying to mark his territory here as well. Do a little bit of scent marking. One buffalo and the mud wallow at the back with that eland. The rest of the herd of buffalo is kind of just on the right hand side of the frame. We should start to see them enter soon enough, but this is awesome behavior to watch with this wildebeest here. As we were panning across, he was doing some sort of foot scratching in the ground. We might start to see that a bit more. Remember, he's got that scent gland, that preorbital gland, right underneath his eyes. So by doing that type of behavior, what he's doing now, he will be laying down some scent there. And that's important because remember, he's territorial. He's trying to maintain this area as his territory. Awesome behavior to see this. Wow. Got a little bit of a stomach on him there, that chap. Probably shouldn't be saying like stuff like that about him, but can't help it. Well, he's definitely in good condition, this wildebeest. Here's a question for you all. Does anybody know the collective name for a group of wildebeest? The most common one is, most animals we can generally say a herd. It's one of my favorites. I do enjoy the collective name for wildebeest. So I'll give it a few minutes. If anyone's got any answers, you're welcome to send your answers in. You can see our buffalo all starting to make their way down towards that mud wallow. Kind of leaving the rhinos in peace, thankfully for them at the moment. Not to say that the rhinos would be in trouble, but it would definitely wake them up from their slumber. Yeah, so in terms of all of these buffalo heading into that mud wallow, remember yesterday we talked about it being churned up quite a lot, so that mud is now at the sort of the density, the viscosity to be really sort of mulchy, if you want to call it that it's really going to, they slap it on themselves, they're rolling around, it's really going to stick on their body well. 5 days ago it was quite watery. Now it's at the consistency where it's going to stick to their bodies really nicely. Yeah, what a lovely scene. You see some of the buffalo heading directly past this mud wallow, straight down towards Scotia Dam. Maybe get a bit of fresh water to drink down there. So the collective name for wildebeest, I haven't heard any answers, so I'm going to give it to you guys, is an implausibility of wildebeest. An implausibility. I think is such a good one. I've just heard the team come back to me with a bit of communication now that you guys have got the answer. Did somebody send in the correct answer there? Okay, copy. So it sounds like an answer did come in, of which I didn't hear coming through my through my little earpiece. Sorry about that, guys. I read in the moment. Guys, I just made a rookie error. I feel like I built that up so well to talk about the wildebeest and these things and building up that little collective noun, and I shot the gun there too early. So it sounds like Dorothy Miller. I think I'm having one or two radio sort of issues here, so I apologize if I'm getting the name wrong here, but you did get it right. You're a legend. You're an absolute legend. And I'm the rookie. Yeah, but congratulations. It's an implausibility of wildebeest, which I think is a really unique collective noun. So well done for getting that right. Some of you may be asking, can it be called a confusion of wildebeest? Yes, it can be called a confusion as well. I guess if you look at something like giraffe, there's also two collective nouns, a journey of giraffe and a tower of giraffe. So yeah, it can be a confusion as well. But I like implausibility just because it's a bit more unique. One of the trackers that I used to work with, that was his favorite one as well. So that actually used to be his favorite one, and it became one of my favorites. Another one I really enjoy is the collective noun for mongooses. So if anyone's got that, the collective noun for mongooses, you're welcome to send it in. And I'll probably wait hours before I ruin it again. But yeah, another very cool one for mongooses. This wildebeest coming to check on the buffalo, see if they're doing alright here. Yeah, there's always such, when you do talk about collective names, and even for mongoose, do you say mongoose or mongooses? Some people say like mongai. Or you can just say this collective noun that we're hoping to get right without me ruining it. Yeah, it's mongooses, mongoose. It's always such an interesting one, I feel like I actually don't know the answer. What is the correct one? Is it mongoose or is it mongooses? I feel like my answer will change upon the day. You can see we've still got quite a lot of eland on the side here. And a little warthog making his way through as well. So I did hear a little bit of thunder off in the distance, maybe 15 minutes ago or so. There's one or two spots of rain. It's quite interesting to see what's going to happen for today. I mean, looking around at the clouds, it definitely doesn't look like there's going to be any type of torrential downpour. But there definitely is a dot or two of rain. But collective nouns are always such an interesting one. I mean, I'm sure some of you are sending in some answers already. So boom shakalaka to you guys. But I really enjoy collective nouns. You can see a warthog moving across there, a sounder of warthog. Quite truthfully, in terms of seeing that hoddy-daw flying, I don't know what the collective noun for hoddy-daw is, but I feel like it should be like an explosion of noise, or just an irritation of hoddy-daws. I always have hoddy-daws that wake me up by my bedroom and home at Durban. So maybe that's what I would call them. But yeah, a sounder of warthogs is really nice. A dazzle of zebra. I think that's a nice emotive one. What other animals have we seen this morning? Rhino. We've seen white rhino this morning. A crash of rhino. Like a car accident, a crash. I think that's another awesome one. Buffalo, as far as I understand, stock standard herd. You know, they're not too keen to be interesting. Owls. Owls is an interesting one. We may not have seen one this morning, but it will be a parliament of owl. A murder of crow. Crows. Our first answer for the collective noun for mongoose has come in from Lauren Cam. A band of mongoose. Unfortunately, that is not the answer, but you were close. It starts with the same letter as a band. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of rain starting to come down, and you can see that young buffalo quite happy that this rain's gonna cool things off a little bit. Darcy Miller, a committee of mongoose. Also close, but not quite. We need the collective noun starts with the letter B. A and then B. I know one of you guys is going to get this mongoose question right. I back you. I back you guys. Errol, you're getting closer. A bevel, but that's not quite correct. That's close, but not quite correct. Let me see if I can give you guys a clue. Let me think of a cryptic clue. This is exciting, you know. It takes me back to whenever I used to get like parents, whenever I used to get presents from my parents. When I was a kid, I'd be like, "What did you get me?" And obviously, you know, you're not gonna tell me what I've got, and they'd give me like a clue, and a clue or two. I try to figure out what this thing is. What is a nice clue for you guys? So it starts with the letter B. Okay. It's something in the how do I say this without giving it away? Something almost in like the working world, similar to like a job or a company. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good clue. Come on, guys, I back you. Ding, 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 ding. We've got our answer, guys. Somebody's got it right. All the way from Hong Kong, Joy, you're a legend. You are an encyclopedia and a legend. It is a business of mongoose. A business of mongoose. Joy, exceptional stuff. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Thanks for getting the question right. Yeah, I hope my clue was good, guys. And Joy, we all know, just between me and you, that you knew that before I actually gave the clue. So, well done. But yeah, hopefully the clue wasn't too bad, wasn't too shabby. While we've been a bit perplexed with collective nouns, I think that wildebeest right at the back there, he's a bit perplexed, thinking he's a buffalo, hanging around with the buffaloes. I feel like that was a nice little quiz just to stimulate the brain on this. What is it today? Thursday morning. A business of mongoose.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
It's buffering. I can't get it. But luckily, we were talking about a business of mongoose, and before I started talking about my business, I did state the T's and C's of my business, that I wasn't a collective noun guru. So thankfully, I've got away with the butterfly, or the ladybug here. Little photo bomb that we've got going there from a rhino. I think we'll stick with our buffaloes for the moment, seeing as they're putting a lovely show on for us here. So Lisa, you're definitely trying to catch me out with collective nouns here. And let's have a look and see what happens. Our rhino have decided to get up and are approaching the mud wallow. Now look at that, be nice to see some interaction here. The buffaloes have had the mud wallow for quite a while, so let's see if they're willing to share. Kind of biding their time, waiting. Look at this buffalo on the left. He's kind of having like a standoff with these rhinos here. That's our big bull buffalo on the left there. He's holding his ground. You can see some of those buffalo, remember, they've all been walking down. Have only just got there. Some have been there for a while, but others have just got there. Oh, a little bit of interaction there. Hello. Darcy Miller, thanks for your comment. You're doing me a solid there today. A loveliness of ladybug. You know what they say? Every day is a school day. It is a day of the week as well. So, you learn something every day. Thank you, Darcy. Yeah, what a lovely scene here. Yeah, I can see why these rhino are really wanting to get in that mud there. I mentioned that there's a bit of rain that was starting to come down. The humidity, it feels like it's gone through the roof. And there's those little midges and things flying around everywhere. So we were talking about the benefits of mud and mud wallowing. And that's definitely going to help these rhino to protect themselves from the mud, from the little midges. Small little buffalo calf on the right-hand side of the frame. Not too keen to get stuck in the mud there. He's looking very clean. Well, it's definitely been a beautiful morning and escape to nature here at Kariega today. Let's maybe take you across to Lisa and see if she can produce a loveliness of ladybugs for you.
Sadly not, Nick, and I do apologize for that one. The only reason I asked is because one of our... it's getting up. Sorry. Because one of our Escape to Nature viewers asked me one time, and I was also stumped. So I just wanted to see, if it is general knowledge. Now, the thing that I was referring to that just got up is our first Springbok lamb. It has been napping for a good hour and a half, solid. Just taking it easy. And at this stage, I cannot tell you who the mother is. Because initially, no, baby. You can't rest the whole time. I think you need milk. Show us who's your mother and show us how adorable that would be. But no, I have no idea who the mother is right now. What's been super interesting is just to observe, the behavior between the mother and the little one. Because initially when we saw it, it was following mom, and then it laid down and mommy carried on with her feeding and going to the water. Well, I thought it was the mom going for water, but right now I have no idea who's the mother. And it's super interesting, actually. I was referring to this earlier on as well, but it's just like the Blesbok, and it's really been such an honor for me monitoring Okokoyo, because I've mostly, for the most part of my career, I've guided in the bushvelds, in the waterbergs, so never really in a dry, arid area like this. So even though I've seen oryx and I've seen springbok, my experience with them is not as extensive as it is with impalas, kudus, eland. So it's been super interesting. And again, you would think that it's really unsafe for that little one just to be by itself. But I mean, we can't even see it right now. I just know it's there because I've been watching it the whole time. I feel like the fairy godmother. Linda, good morning. You would like to know, is it possible for a herd to adopt the lamb? Anything's possible in nature, I've always believed. But it's not necessary for anyone to adopt this little one. He's not abandoned or anything like that. The interesting thing has been, because earlier on I saw when there weren't this many springbok to confuse me, I saw the mother as well. So, I sort of kept a close eye on her and kept monitoring her as well. And eventually she also went down for a brief rest. And what was interesting, she didn't do it right next to the lamb. You would think, they must be so bonded. So, she's now going to probably lick it a little and bond with it and have it nurse and all of that. And she did not at all. And I sort of thought, okay, but why? But we often see this sort of behavior with Blesbok as well. They leave their lambs in the bush, or whether it's in an open area or wherever, and they carry on with their day. And I was wondering, why is this mom not lying with a baby? But as I mentioned earlier, if she's going to lie with that baby, and let's say there's a predator that's not really right now would be probable, but comes out of the bush for a drink, let's say, or for a meal. If he goes for that mother and she's lying with the lamb, as soon as she gets up, the baby is also going to get up, and the predator is going to think, why would I go for your mom if I can just go for you? You seem very silly and small and much easier for me to take down. So if you have that same scenario, but then bring in that equation of not lying with her lamb, if something was to come out, then, and she gets up and she tries to run away, the predator is still going to have its eye on her, because she's now sort of creating a distraction from where her baby might be. And for the most part, from what we see, if that happens, often we've seen it with impalas and a lot of other antelope as well, the baby will sort of just lie down and keep its cool. But again, that is just our interpretation. Being humans, we think, okay, well, that's what makes sense, so that must be why they do it. But as I say, this is our first baby springbok for the season in Okokoyo, at least that we know of, because now that I actually see it lying down, we may have overlooked so many in these past few days. Again, it's a little tricky if you take these two springbok that are closest to us and then the springbok in the background, just in the middle of them, just off to the right a little bit, you'll see a tiny brown thing moving every now and again, and that is actually the springbok lamb. It really is so tiny and minute, and I will definitely keep my eyes on it. I sort of feel responsible for it now. But now that I know, that is what they look like when they lie down and you literally see nothing. I definitely think it's possible that we have Sorry, I thought I saw something in the tree line. I definitely think it's possible that we may have overlooked quite a few lambs probably already. And it's fascinating. As I say, it's been lying down for a good hour and a half, heading on to 2 hours now. That tiny thing must be so hot. Our European bee eaters keep photobombing the whole time as well, and we can hear them calling every now and again. But for the life of me, I cannot find where they perch now. When I initially saw them this morning, they were in the leadwood that is just to the the left of the waterhole. But I keep looking for them. I'm not sure where they go to perch now every single time that because they definitely make a point of, telling me they are still around. Norma, good morning. Thank you for your question. You would like to know if the lamb is more vulnerable like this in the open or closer to the water. That's a difficult one. I would say, and this is just again personal opinion, I would say closer to the waterhole, because let's say they are busy drinking, and as I say, these lambs are very, very smart. If you look at how quickly they stand up and nurse and all of that, And they adapt so well. Even if you look at this little lamb, he's been lying in the sun straight for 2 hours now. So they must be super resilient. It's most probably already acclimated and adapted and all of that. But for me personally, I would think that not having so much experience, if a predator were to come, let's say, to the waterhole and sort of corner that little one, if it was to run into the water, of course this waterhole at Okokoyo is not that deep. So the chances of that predator potentially drowning the little one is very possible. But again, I wouldn't be, I think it would be different in every scenario. They are probably vulnerable literally anywhere, in the bush, out in the open, at the waterhole. But as I say, like this, it's brilliant because it's lying so still. We've only seen it stand up once. I've only seen it move its head a couple of times. So definitely very clever, when it comes to the parenting, how the mother just sort of does her thing and carries on feeding. And obviously keeping an eye on the little one. I wonder if there's, really any communication, or the baby just sort of waits for mom to. All right. I'm done having lunch with my girlfriends. Let's go. I just want to see if I can find our bee eaters. Starbuck, good morning. You would like to know what season do springboks start pronking? I'm assuming you mean, for instance, like from what age? So of course, springbok generally have their babies just like a lot of other antelope in the rainy season. And again, babies are very, very adaptable and resilient, just like we've seen with the impalas in Djuma. They have grown up so quickly, and already they can jump and maneuver around and all of that. So it really only takes a couple of months for these animals to do all of that. And it's very interesting when you sorry, I'm just looking for the bee eaters. It really is super interesting when you look at all of the animals and you compare them, and the babies. For instance, an elephant. Elephants, of course, take months and months, even sometimes years. I've seen elephants 2 years old still nursing, where antelopes, generally it's a couple of months and they're weaned and they carry on. Then if you look at what they can do and how they use their body parts, as we are discussing the pronking now, for instance, they can definitely do that. Ooh. Sorry, I just want to see if that bird is... that was a bee eater, and it definitely went into the tree. Sorry guys, we've got some European bee eaters around, which is super interesting because we don't see them too often up close. And of course, they're all migrants. Sorry, I interrupted myself there. But an elephant baby, it takes them years to actually fully learn how to use the trunk, what to do with it. I'm sure many of you have seen on various of our drives when we see baby elephants. That tiny thing literally puts its mouth in the water and just sort of like gulps up the water, because it's a process to learn how to use the trunk, what to do with it, how to use all of the muscles and all of that. But then again, there's so many things that come into play with it, because elephant lifespan it can be anything from 50 to 65 years, where something like a springbok, a lot of your antelope, springboks for instance only become about 10 years old, and a lot of your other antelope anything from 15 to 20 years. It's not that long as an elephant, so it does take much longer for elephants, to sort of have to learn those sort of things. Lisa's fan club Good morning. What antelopes are the best parents? You know, this really can go so many ways because, of course, we all will have our own opinions. It really does depend on who you ask. Every person, I think, is going to give you their own answer. For me personally, I can tell you who's not in my personal experience. Again, this is not something I read in a book or can tell you as a fact. For me personally, giraffes are not very good mothers, but that is just from the personal experience I've had with them. They will just wander off and eat their salad, and the baby is like, am I supposed to be following you, or what's happening? Kudus, from what I've seen, are generally very good parents. You know, the baby will constantly be with the mother, whether she's moving around, whether she's browsing. And of course, you know, kudus are also very loud animals. When it does come to seeing a predator, they will sort of give a bark. Then what else? I mean, I think for the most part, impalas are really good parents. I love how they, you know, in a harem, there will be a nursery and all of the tiny ones will hang out and the parents will all feed and they sort of all look out for each other. One of my most memorable, not best, but most memorable sightings ever was of an impala female on Christmas Day, believe it or not. I had just started guiding, and on Christmas Day we went out for safari, and we came across this female impala that was just sort of jumping around, you know, the whole time, constantly. And she wasn't making any sound, but she was constantly, it was a very odd sighting. I said to my guest, let's just go investigate, because that's very weird behavior. And shame, when we got there, it was literally a python that had just, I assume, just swallowed her baby. And it was so saddening, because you could still see the legs. He was still busy swallowing the legs. So that's how we knew it was an impala, in fact. And we concluded that, okay, well, it must have been her lamb, because why else stick around? And she was there for a good 2 or 3 days, which generally, you know, with animals like that, if something holds you back or holds you up or anything like that, you have to move on, because you are now making yourself vulnerable as well. But she stuck around for a good 2 or 3 days, and it was heartbreaking. It really was so heartbreaking. But again, you know, it is Mother Nature and survival of the fittest and the circle of life and all that jazz. But it really is it's not easy to see, and it's engraved in my memory. It's literally, this was a good 9 or 10 years ago, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. But for the most part, a lot of these animals, you know, tend to be very good parents, and that could be due to various reasons. It could be due to the fact that they belong to a herd, so all of them look out for one another. With the zebras specifically, I find it very fascinating. Like we saw earlier with Nick and his mare and foal. That's super interesting for me, like how a mare just sort of separates herself with her foal, and they hang out for a couple of days, and she's like, these are my stripes, you need to memorize them. And that baby, of course, you know, imprints on the mother and knows exactly which one is his mother. Even if you look at impala and springbok and all of that, like the baby we have in Ukukoyo now, how is that baby going to know which one is his mom? I'm sure we all have, or if you have children of your own, or niece or nephew or something, I'm sure you've all been in in a shopping center, and then you walk up to the wrong adult thinking it's your mom or dad. And then as soon as that adult turn around, you're like, but the animals don't do that. How do they know? No, it just never ceases to amaze me, any of these things that play out. actually just want to have a look-see and see how our Egyptian geese are doing. I've been so focused on the springbok lamb and trying to find the European bee-eaters again. Just want to see how they are holding up. This morning I did roll call and all 6 of them are still here. All 6 of the little ones. And the other day someone said to me, it's not goslings, it's ducklings. Because of course Egyptian geese are actually ducks. But formally they are known as geese. So it is perfectly alright to call them goslings. Goslings, ducklings, does not matter.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Now the other day on Sunset Safari, I was actually making a joke and saying that, I can't remember, I think it was Harry and Sally, the mother and father, and I said we still have to get some names for the little ones, which of course, you know, we'll never really be able to ID them and it'll be a little bit tricky, but you never know. So of course we've got 6 Egyptian goslings. Let me know what you think their name should be. I don't like doing it, especially to something like a goose or a lapwing or something like that, because you never know if all 6 of them will still be around. But I mean, these parents have been doing really, really well these past few days, so I think it's time. We can definitely give them some names, if you guys agree. If you don't, that's perfectly fine. We can just leave them as is. And for those of you that don't know, they actually have a blacksmith lapwing for a godmother. So as I mentioned, the springbok lamb we have, I'm its godmother, fairy godmother. I dubbed myself as it. But these tiny ones have a blacksmith lapwing, who's their godmother. Because there's always at least one blacksmith lapwing around these guys, making sure. I don't know if it's trying to irritate them, but it's always around. Man, and I really wish I could put trackers or GoPro or something on the elephants and the rhinos, because as I say, they have not been around for quite some time now. So I'm really, bee eaters, you guys are just teasing me. So I really am wondering if, are they far away, or are they just venturing just beyond out of our reach? But if that was the case, they definitely would have been at the waterhole in the past few days, which obviously has not been the case. So I really am wondering how they are doing, as well as the giraffe, rhino and elephants we have not seen in a really long time. So it will be super interesting to know where have they wandered off to. Just bear with me, I just want to try again with those European bee eaters, because they really are just yanking out my soul. I think they are literally perching on the pole that the actual dam cam is on. Because I promise you, I've at least 5 times now done a complete 360. Checked all of the trees in camp, checked all of the bushes around, every single tree. And I can't seem to find them, but it seems like... because they keep photobombing. So I think they are literally just out of reach for us. Alrighty, I'm gonna be a good fairy godmother and keep an eye on my springbok lamb, and of course hopefully find the bee eaters for us. And I'm gonna send you somewhere. I'm not gonna tell you with who, because it's a surprise.
We are also spending a bit of time at a waterhole this afternoon. It's not even afternoon, mid-morning, brunch, whatever time of the day that may be for you. But for us, it's about almost 20 past 11. And so far, we haven't had much luck, because I was hoping to arrive at the Treehouse Dam and for there to be lots of elephants. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me is Paul. And you can hear the very loud woodland kingfishers, the pair of them, and they're quite excited about one another's presence. But anyways, hopefully we'll see some kingfishers at some point. Let's see what else is at the dam. But we are here at Djuma, of course. And this morning there were all sorts of elephants creeping and crawling around in this area. So I thought maybe they were just waiting patiently for it to get really hot. And then they were going to come down for a swim. I was wrong. It's not the first time. I'm wrong quite often. But even the hippo is not particularly impressed with our presence. He was sleeping with his head on the embankment, and we really did just creep up to the water hole. And he didn't notice us at first. And then when I switched the car off, he jumped like he was in such a deep sleep he got a fright. All the terrapins went everywhere. They literally flew off his back from every direction and have now entered back into the water. So hopefully Dewey, the hippo, goes back to sleep again. And then we can watch the terrapins climb on top of him. But for now we will just sit and observe. And the wind was howling also just a minute ago, so I'm glad it's subsided again so we can hear the bird calls and insects and other wonderful things. You can hear the call, of course, of a ring-necked dove. Are you really in South Africa if you don't hear a ring-necked dove calling or a hardy-dar ibis? Those are two iconic, I don't know if I'm allowed to label them as iconic birds. And of course, as I sit here, I'll be listening out for any branches that are breaking. Jojo, you're quite happy to see the our Djuma friends, I suppose we are Djuma friends, on the Escape to Nature show. Yeah, why not? We thought we'd maybe just sort of pop out and see what is happening. Like I said, we really were hoping to get a lot of elephant action because we haven't been seeing many elephants down at the waterholes, during the sunrise and the sunset safari. So we obviously are missing them. We need to try and figure out what time are they actually coming to the waterhole, because in the summer months, there is so much water available on Djuma that if an elephant wanted to come and drink, it could drink from 3 different waterholes very easily and visit all of them in one day. So they don't necessarily just drink once or twice a day. They could drink 3 or 4 times a day and constantly keep splashing themselves with mud. But we'll talk more about the elephants when we of course see them. This must be a very lonely life for this hippo. And I wonder why he chooses to be here. Maybe he's just an individual that prefers to be on his own, or perhaps he's older and unable to take on some of the bulls that are with the family groups and the bigger water bodies, like a chitwa, for example. I don't think he's a very young hippopotamus. He's just tired and maybe annoyed with other hippos. I don't blame him. I think I'd also be quite solitary, to be honest. I'd be friends with the terrapins like he is. Any other birds that might want to come on by. I'd even let a heron or a hamerkop sit on my back and use it as a fishing post. And the monotonous call of a Deirdre's cuckoo. They seem to be competing with the woodland kingfisher at this time of the year. And of course, at this time of the year in summer, for both those birds I just mentioned, it's important for them to call out like that as they are looking for mates. And the best way to, of course, find a female, if you're a male, because you're going to be doing all the hard work, is to, of course, sing a beautiful song and sing it nice and loudly so your call can be heard all over the area. They're definitely a lot chirpier in comparison to this morning when it was quite chilly. Patrick, yes, hippos can obviously see underwater, definitely so. You know what the issue is though? It is the fact that the water is normally quite murky. So if a hippo was in, clear water, where visibility was much better, then yes, they can see what's going on and around them because they will open their eyes. However, one of the issues now is that, all the dams that on Djuma and on Chitwa, the two areas that we can traverse here, they're all murky brown. There's probably zero visibility. Like if I went down in the water with some, not even scuba gear, with some snorkeling gear, I don't think I'd be even be able to see my hand in front of my face. So that's going to be an issue for the hippo, or the hippos just in general. But out on land they can see fairly well, except they aren't able to move their heads around quite freely. They don't seem to have much of a neck. If you've ever seen a hippo out of the water, they're really oddly shaped creatures, rather large head, huge bodies, and the shortest little legs with big feet that you've ever seen in your entire life. They're definitely out of proportion, but it works for them. They can still run great speeds, so their hearing, their sense of smell, and their eyesight is not particularly terrible. But they've obviously got a special adaptation where their eyes are positioned quite high on top of their heads, because the position that we see them in, for the most part, is exactly this. Is exactly just the head and the ears and the nostrils that stick out. And by having their eyes positioned a little bit higher on tops of their heads, it gives them the ability to see what's going on around their surroundings. That doesn't make sense, but anyways, you get what I mean. And without having to expose their entire body. So if they're a little bit nervous, or there's something that has created an uncomfortable situation, they can of course just completely disappear underwater, and you wouldn't even know that they were there. With me, however, I'd have to take a reed, a hollowed out reed or a straw of some kind, and have that poking out the water like a snorkel. So I will always be hidden, because I can't hold my breath for very long, definitely not for the length that a hippo can hold it. And if I were to lay on my back and try and mimic a hippo, my eyes would just be staring straight up into the sky. I wouldn't really be able to check out my surroundings. Or if I were to do it the opposite way and sort of float like a crocodile essentially would, I'd only be able to see forward. I'd have to constantly keep turning my head too. And then a lot of my body would be exposed, because I've got an enormous head. Mainly because it's most of my hair that makes up my head, not the brain cavity, unfortunately. There's a couple every now and then. It'll be hard to sort of see them, but we'll try at some point. Every now and then there's some swifts and swallows that are flying around. And actually, just a moment ago, a pair of African palm swifts flew over, we see them every now and then, but there's not really ideal nesting sites for those birds, at least here on Djuma, maybe a bit further south towards the bigger river systems like the Sand River, where there are lots of palm trees. Come on, Dewey, do something exciting for us. Perhaps he's just not in the mood. I wonder why he's being so shy. I feel like there's only two versions of this hippo. He's got two personality traits. He is either terrified of you and hides underwater like this, or he's very dramatic and playful. And then he throws sticks around, he rolls completely and sticks his little feet out, and he opens his mouth and shakes his head around, which is always quite entertaining. He seems to be quite a playful individual. Not this afternoon, though. It's not afternoon. I've got a little bit more before I think I can start calling it the afternoon. There's also plenty of dragonflies flying around, none of them sitting on a perch, so we'll probably go back towards Gari Dam a little bit later and try our luck there with elephants, and I think we'll definitely be lucky enough to see some dragonflies. there's not very much overhanging sort of vegetation quite close to the water, so you can just see them buzzing about. And it's quite difficult to make out what's going on, although Paul is doing his absolute best. It looks like there's a few that are joined to one another. Looks like a mating pairs of dragonflies. Now I'm trying to think what we should do, if we should hang around here. There's not really much going on at all. Not even the red-billed buffalo weavers are out and collecting nesting material. It's obviously too hot for them. They're probably off feeding. So I'm wondering if we should maybe just do a little bit of a loop via Twin Dams and then actually head straight towards Gowrie Dam. I think that might be the plan. And maybe we catch some elephants on the way, sort of like in between the two dams. Perhaps they are not finished feeding just yet. And that would be perfect, wouldn't it? Shall we do that, Paul? Let's do that. Now I need to decide which road we're going to take to get to Twin Dams. I think we're going to go across this dam wall here, and then we'll head east. So to our left, and try and take some sneaky little shortcuts. Let's see. I mean, the other option is, it's obviously a bit out of the way, is to head toward the mud wallows in that section. But I'm not sure. I think we will probably just head towards Twin Dams. Right. We'll carry on that way and see you in a little bit. But in the meantime, let's go and see what's happening in Namibia.
Thank you, Taylor, and thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. It is always so much fun having you around, so thank you for you and Paul taking some time to give us some laughs, as always. I'm just still observing the springbok, and surprised I have not been able to find the bee eaters. I have no idea where they are or where they are perching. But we will definitely try to find them again. And in case you missed it, I mentioned earlier, I think it is time that we give our goslings or our ducklings of the Egyptian geese, we should start giving them names. I think we are in the safe zone to do so. If you guys are keen, definitely let me know about your suggestions. If you have anything particular in mind, of course. Oh man, I really miss the springbok, coming into the water, taking a quick dip. Ooh, that female is still very, very pregnant. As is that one. And if you are new to Escape to Nature, this is our dam cam in Okukweyo, Namibia. So if you do hear some voices from time to time, apart from mine of course, there is in fact a camp behind us. So those are the visitors to the actual camp that are also enjoying these beautiful animals. Darcy Miller, good morning again. You are saying you think they should be named after the naturalists, Camops and MC. That is a brilliant idea, actually. That is not a bad idea at all, Darcy Miller. How about we do this? Because, of course, as naturalists and Camops, we often get mentioned. However, you know, we are nothing without our people in MC. So I definitely think we should perhaps name them after the Escape to Nature directors. However, I think we do have more than 6. We've got Tadiwa, D, Sitle, but Sitle has sadly departed and left us behind. However, she also did assist in directing Escape to Nature. Tulu, Jordan, Nadine. Jeez. We've got a lot of directors that are actually brilliant in helping us and creating this magic for all of you. But yes, I definitely think that is a brilliant, brilliant suggestion. Thank you, Darcy Miller. As I said, I think personally, and this is, if you agree, let me know. If you disagree, let me know. Of course, we are live, we are interactive, and we love your suggestions. So if you think we should be doing that, definitely let us know. But as I say, I think as naturalists, we get a lot of recognition as well as the cam ops. We often get mentioned, however, our directors do not as often get mentioning. So definitely something we can think about. Oh, these bee-eaters, I can't. We've got some red-breasted swallows that also keep photobombing every now and again, but the bee-eaters are just killing me right now. Nancy, good morning. You would like to know, are parrots the only birds that can mimic sound? No, they are not. I don't know who of you have heard of the Indian myna. If you talk to any South African, they will tell you we don't want to hear anything about them. We are not too fond of them. They tend to sort of take over an area. But it is said if you rear an Indian myna from the time that it hatches, they can apparently mimic anything from 60 to 80 calls or words, noises, which is super fascinating if you think about it. So no, there's definitely more than just parrots and the general birds we tend to think of when it comes to that sort of, I don't want to call it intelligence, because I think all animals and birds and creatures are intelligent, but when you break it down, it comes down to intelligence. And it is just so peaceful. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to finalize our little ones' names. I'm very excited for this. It feels like such an honor. I didn't even ask anyone's permission, but I think we should just do it. okay, while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Taylor, who's got my favorite animal.
Well, I'm glad we found the elephants. We're now just left with the bull because something has really upset the breeding herd. We arrived at Twin Dams and the entire herd moved. They've gone, disappeared into the bushes. So there was one cow that was very stressed. Her head was raised, her tail was, she was holding it up, and she just really wasn't happy with us. She was sort of rocking side to side, and I thought, oh, that's not great. So the whole breeding herd is gone. I'm not going to try and relocate them. The reason why I'm not going to go and try and find them again is because they're going into a big drainage line where there is very thick sand, which means that I have to go into 4x4 gear. Low range is what we typically call it, and you should most certainly never be in an elephant sighting in your low range gear because you can't go anywhere quickly, and when things go wrong, they go wrong very fast, and you need to be able to act accordingly, and you are restricted when you are in the 4x4 gear. Let's follow this bull though. Let's see how he is with us. Hopefully we can get another view of him, but we're right on the boundary, so if they go south we're going to lose them or lose him. I don't know if they've maybe bumped into the wild dogs, because the wild dogs were seen not too far from here this morning. We didn't get a chance to see them on the sunrise safari, but just a little bit further southeast from where we are right now. They were just off of our traverse and tucked away under a tree, escaping the heat. So if those elephants carry on there, we're probably going to hear a lot of trumpeting. They're going to bump into them too. So maybe they've already had some kind of encounter, and that's why they're not so happy. Because we honestly didn't do anything wrong. We approached nice and slowly. We kept away from the dam, not to bother them, and they still were like, no thanks, we're out. Where did you go, Mr. Elephant? You might just be having one of those days. Gone. Let's see if we can get him on the fire break. He's about to, okay. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go onto the boundary road very quickly, because he is actually about to jump onto it, and if we just go down the fire break, we're going to just watch his bum, which is not so wonderful. Sorry, hold on, and Paul, I can see you boom, 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 bouncing around as quite vigorously. Let's see. Let's go here. We'll get him now in like 30 seconds. Do you ever time us, I wonder, when we say we're going to be there in X amount of time, and then do you all start counting 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, to see if we aren't talking complete nonsense? I can see him again. I mean, you can see, look how slowly I'm driving. The car's not making a noise. We're fine. Hello, big boy. He's not, I mean, I say big boy, I'm just trying to boost his confidence a little bit. He's not particularly large. Munching on lots of grass. At least he's settled down with us now and doesn't seem to be too perturbed. Maybe he was just reacting to how the energies of the breeding herd, and that's why he also ran away from the dam. But he's completely covered from head to toe in water, so he splashed himself nicely, but hasn't covered himself with any mud, and we know that it's very important for animals on these hot days, especially some thick-skinned animals, to cover themselves in mud.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
elephant's behavior. Right now he's very relaxed with us. He hasn't shown any signs of agitation. He's about to walk right in front of the car. Hello, boy. See how he's twisting his trunk? Sort of sneaking it towards us every now and then. Hello, boy. Just sort of warning us. You know, like, hey, I'm comfortable where you are, but don't make any sudden movements because then I might trumpet and run away because I'm actually a big scaredy cat. Are you going to enjoy that silver cluster leaf? That is like the most unpleasant tree to eat, but it is covered in pods at the moment, so perhaps the pods of the tree taste a bit better, but off he goes. Now, unfortunately, we aren't able to follow him. He has now disappeared off of the area that we can drive, and I do have a vehicle behind me, so I'm going to quickly move, and I might actually have to take a shortcut here. I'm going to just zip off the road and back onto the fire break, and then we'll go back down towards Twin Dams. This is a bit sneaky, but the next roads are far away, and I know what will happen is if we go past a civilian vehicle. Sorry. Hi, Jamie. I'm live, yeah. Jamie, for those of you, I didn't realize it was Jamie behind me, but for those of you that have been watching Safari Live for years, you will remember Jamie, of course. And she's just done a safari. Escape to nature. Yeah, I'm escaping under the sun though. So Jamie says hello and that she misses all of you. And she had a wonderful safari with some guests. And yeah, we hope that she becomes a permanent visitor to the Lowveld again so that we can see her all the time. I'll chat to you soon. Cheers. Bye. Yeah, so she's just finished a safari with some guests. But obviously she's not guiding much because she's studying to be a vet. I was like, who's yelling my name out? Taylor! And then I was like, oh, it's Jamie. Oh my goodness. This is a mountain we've got to go down. Okay, there we go. Ta-da! I'm wondering... Sorry, I accidentally turned my radio all the way down. My bad. I seem to do that often. It's because when you're driving, your elbows are sort of, you know, next to you. I should just be a bit more relaxed and have them on top. And I tend to move the volume around quite a bit. Sorry. My bad. Anyways, let's go and see if we can find some other elephants. Or maybe I'll just check to see if the wild dogs have perhaps crossed back into Djuma. Off you go to Lisa to see which wonderful location she's going to show you next.
Good luck, my friend. I really do hope you find those doggos. That would be absolutely brilliant. It is always a good time to see wild dogs. So really good luck. Hopefully you get lucky. If not, just driving around is always fun. Alrighty. So, it has been confirmed. I love how I say it's been confirmed and I haven't even asked anyone's permission, but... that is perfectly fine. So I thought, as I mentioned, you know, it's time to give all of these little ones a name because these parents have been doing brilliantly. All 6 of them are still alive and well. And then Darcy Miller gave the suggestion that we should perhaps give them, you know, the names of the naturalists, the Camops, MC. And I thought, you know, every single day us as naturalists and Camops, we do get mentioned, but it's very rarely that we give, you know, the glory and all of the recognition to all of the directors that are always whispering in our ear. So, the names of the Egyptian goslings of Ukukoyo is Max, D, Tadiwa, Jordan, Morgan, and Chulu. Now, of course, you know, we have many directors, Jarrett, Nadine, Mel, always helping us out as well. But those are our main directors on Escape to Nature. So those are the new names of the tiny ones. I hope it's all right with anyone. As I said, I didn't even ask permission or anything. So let's hope I don't get in trouble. But I think it will be a good journey for all 6 of them. And we are looking forward to them being kept safe by the parents, the awesome parents that they've had. I love how that one little one is just like, no, I'm independent, I do me. Y'all stay in mom's shade, I'm gonna sit over here. That will probably be me. I'm always the odd one out in my family. I really am though. My one sister is a lawyer, my one sister is a CA, the other one is a teacher, the other one is in marketing and sales. My one brother used to be in IT, my other brother is in like personal training and all of that, and then I'm like, I watch geese for a living. So that's most probably me there on the left. But no, we are giving them the names of the directors. I love that. As I say, they don't often enough get mentioned. So I'm very happy to... Whoo! In what life did I think I would get that excited to see a wildebeest? Why don't you have a baby? Bring us some babies. Oh, Nadine is sad that we didn't mention or name any of them after. Nadine, I did mention you guys. I said Nadine, Mel, Jared, you guys are always helping us out as well. You can always name a wildebeest after you if you'd like. Or a springbok or an elephant if we see one day. Alright. Nadine, you get your wish. The springbok lamb can be named after you. The very first springbok lamb we caught on camera. We shall call it Nadine. I have no idea if it's a female or a male, but we'll call it Nadine. It's difficult pleasing everyone, you know. It's really, really difficult. I've got viewers to make happy, directors, tech people, myself, because I'm very hard on myself as well, so it's just, jeez, it's a lot of demands. Now, all jokes aside, if you have only joined us now on Escape to Nature, let me fill you in on what you have missed. We've got our first springbok lamb. We've had some European bee-eaters. We have officially named the 6 Egyptian goslings. We've seen some elephants in Djuma. We've just had an elephant with a lovely tailor in Djuma as well. And of course Dewey. We've had some rhinos and buffaloes. So it really has been such a super productive day. And we still have ample time left on Escape to Nature to see what else we can find. So remember, we are live, we are interactive. If you have any questions, please do send them through. We love getting in touch with you and we love knowing what you would like us to look for or perhaps answer for you. And again, it can literally be about anything. And speaking of anything, remember Saturday, 14 January, Taylor, that crazy one we just saw, but we love her to bits. Saturday, the 14th of January, Taylor McCurdy will be doing an Ask Me Anything. And that will be for explorers only, and that will be happening 8 p.m. Central African time. And you can literally ask her anything. So please, please start making a list and ask her either the most difficult questions or the most random questions, like how many hair does she have in that beautiful ponytail, or you know, something like that. But she'll definitely try to answer as best she can. And definitely do not miss out on that one. I think we all know how funny she can be and how honest she can be. So again, Saturday, 14 January, 8 p.m. Central African time. And that will be for explorers only. So if you are not one, become one. And if you are perhaps a new wildlife enthusiast and you have no idea what we are looking at, this is of course the blue wildebeest. Beautiful, beautiful creatures. We often see the black wildebeest in Amakhala, but this one is the more common one, blue wildebeest, the one we often see on drives as well in Djuma, in Madikwe, a lot of our other locations. Ooh. I love how these animals sometimes get a sudden fright and then they act like, no, I meant to do that. You can see on the water, the wind has definitely picked up a little now. Michelle, good morning. So good to hear from you. You are saying you think we should give the goslings middle names. That is not a bad idea, because that way I can please everyone, eh? Because then I can use everyone, from tech to directors to cam-ops to naturalists. But how will I remember it? That is the thing. I don't know. Especially with a lot of the older generations in Afrikaans culture, they have sometimes they have 4 middle names. In the olden days, it used to be like Johanna, Magdalena, Katharina, Josefina, Van Wyk, or something like that. So I think, but that's not a bad idea. Of course, everyone deserves the credit. From directors to cam-ops to tech. So that is not, give me time, I will work on it. And try to simplify it for us as well, so we can try to remember it as well. But that's a good suggestion. White Mane, hello again. You would like to know, what is this tree on the left of the water? That is a leadwood, or in Afrikaans we call it a hardekool. So that is actually a very cool tree for various reasons, very useful tree as well. So often their leaves will get used for a cough medicine in a lot of African cultures. And to this day, traditionally it will still be used quite frequently. But especially in South Africa, you will find that people love the wood for braaiing, or for having a barbecue. If you have no idea what I just said. So in South Africa, barbecue to us is braai. And we are very fond of a braai. We can literally braai for 8 hours long and then perhaps have the meat on the fire for half an hour. We just enjoy the fire. But the wood of this tree in particular is brilliant for braaiing. It makes really good coals. And then often I know in a lot of African cultures, even traditionally to this day, they use the white ash that it creates from the coals. They'll use that for whitewashing homes. So I hope that answers your question, White Mane. Absolutely beautiful trees. I'm sure you've seen on a lot of our safaris and a lot of our locations as well, we'll see a lot of these dead trees. And a lot of the time that will be a leadwood that has obviously been ring-barked and then has lost its leaves over the years, but they can stand for years and years and years. You'll often find them in actual water holes as well. It's a very resilient tree. Just want to see if I can spot our Nadine, our Springbok lamb. And it's really tricky, believe me. It's if I did not see it moving this morning, I would have no idea. There's a tiny baby somewhere, but right now I also have no idea where it is. I've been using this stump, this big dead stump, as a reference. I'm just trying to see, because of course little one is lying down, it's resting. I'm not sure if it's gotten up in the meanwhile. But you would definitely see it if it is standing up. But lying down, it's very tricky to spot this tiny one. Little one. I apologize, I'm just trying to spot it. It is not that easy, believe me. And it's been resting for quite some time. As I say, of course, it's possible that it's gotten up in the meantime. But interestingly enough, with Springbok, I've now observed that they do not cling to the mothers. And remember, it's not necessary for them. The Springbok, the Gemsbok particularly, they are of course flagship species of this sort of area. Dry, arid, open, hot, humid. And they retain a lot of water from the leaves, the grass and everything that they eat. So they have over years, become so acclimated and adapted. Even the tiny lamb that we saw this morning, it was lying in the sunshine for straight 2 hours. And eventually I was like, oh goodness, this poor thing is going to dehydrate. Starbuck, you see, telepathy. You would like to know how do Gemsbok manage to go so long without water. So the Springbok, Gemsbok, both of them, just as I mentioned, you'll always find them in areas like this. They are made for areas like this. So they retain enough water from the food sources that they do in fact get. Of course, both of them are also ruminants, so even more so helpful. But funny enough, they just... they acclimate, they adapt. As I say, this little one I've been observing, which I have no idea where he is now, or it is now. But it's been lying in the sun for straight 2 hours. Straight sunshine, there's a little bit of cloud cover now. But prior to this, and it was just chilling. Like, how does that little one not dehydrate and, sort of get hot? But that is what they are made for. Springbok in particular, if you look at them, they've got these prominent white faces. And that actually assists them with not... Ooh, I think I see it. With not overheating. Just give me a second. I'm not sure if we're looking at rocks or baby springbok. Alrighty, I'm gonna send you to Taylor. Apparently she's got something for us.
Sorry, I was just guzzling some water down. But we're now at Gowrie Dam. And of course on the island there's all sorts of birds, but there was a water monitor. It's not just swimming away. And it was quite an interesting behavior because at first the birds were not perturbed by it at all. And it arrived at the island, sort of just on the fringes of the shore. And it walked around, and then the lapwings got up and were like, absolutely not, you will not be coming here. And then it sort of walked after the Egyptian geese with the two goslings. It didn't give chase or anything along those lines, but it seemed to be quite curious. And now it has decided, no, not today. And is now moving off, which is a pity. I was hoping we were going to see some crazy interactions, but apparently we're not deserving. I'm trying to figure out what's making that screeching noise. You hear that? Is it young birds? I'm just trying to figure out where they are. Where have my binoculars gone? Story of my life. It's not the goslings making that sound. It's not... Is it something on the other side of the dam? It's not the hardy-dars making that sound for sure. I can't actually see who's crying, but anyways, it's kind of stopped now. So apparently nothing too important. But I really do love this little island, and it's getting bigger and bigger. Especially after we haven't had rain for a couple of days. But it's supposed to, some rain is supposed to arrive tomorrow and on Saturday, and then again in the middle of next week. But we know how drastically weather can change. We'll only know when it's going to rain when it's raining. But the Egyptian geese and the blacksmith lapwings always seem to put their differences aside during the middle of the heat of the day. And also, I'm surprised that they stand out in the open like this. There's no shade there. There's no protection from any birds of prey. If they were to soar over, they'd then have to cross the water and try to get towards some cover. Weird. But hey, I'm not a good... You see, now they've heard me. They're crossing slowly. Look at that. One's going first to check out, is it okay? Any crocodiles? And then the other follows with the goslings. Of course, the goslings are not big enough yet to just wade across like the adults. They get to swim. Paddle, 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 paddle with their little legs. They've got so big. I wonder what that monitor lizard would have done, though. It seemed to be quite curious about the chicks, and maybe it would have tried to have, not chicks, but the goslings, sorry, would have tried to have grabbed one. And the goslings marching off up in front. Always excited for the insects. I feel like this is deja vu. We did the same thing yesterday afternoon on the sunset safari. They walked exactly in the same direction. Goslings up in front, pecking away at any insects and bits of vegetation. Adults not ready to feed just yet, just keeping a close eye on the little ones.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
If we could watch that gecko catch that wasp, that would be quite something. There's obviously a lovely little cavity there. I mean, this dead tree's got massive grooves in between the trunk of the tree too. Oh, what's that, a velvet ant? There was a velvet ant moving around. Catch that wasp. Oh, there's all sorts of life. So it's so funny, you know, we stare at things for ages and you don't see anything. Obviously, when you're a guide, you, for the most part, you'll have a pair of binoculars. And it's just amazing when you pick them up how much you can see and all the smaller interactions that go completely unnoticed. Let's see if this gecko is now maybe going to change its position now that it has figured out where the wasp is flying in and out at the exact spot. Maybe it will line itself up a bit better. I think that gecko would be a bit brave to go inside the chamber. Then that's going to be a complete war zone because it will get stung if the adults catch it in there. And of course, wasps, unlike bees, can sting repeatedly and not worry about, you know, losing their stingers and then unfortunately dying. Oh, that's not pleasant. It's creeping forward every now and then. And I reckon this little gecko has probably been scouting out these crevices for however long it's been living here. Maybe this little gecko is after something else, maybe like a fly or an ant. I feel like an ant would be too easy to catch. I'm also very sorry. I didn't quite hear that question very well. I'm not a great listener. See, there's something else that's buzzing around, another type of fly. Ah, there we go. Ella, who's just 11 years old, has asked, why is it called a dwarf gecko? So, Ella, it's because it's so small. A lot of the gecko species are much larger than this, and even though we're zoomed in quite a bit, I'm not exactly sure of their measurements, but I can't imagine that they're more than 5 or 6 centimeters in length. So that's why they're called dwarf geckos, because they're the smaller ones. But if you look at them really closely, you'll see that they do have the big bulgy sort of spoon-like toes, or digits, sorry, and they've got all the characteristics of geckos, just much smaller versions. But they look, I mean, when you look at them quickly, you think, maybe it's not, maybe it's a little lizard of some sort. Well, there's quite a few things flying around. I feel like I'm invested now in this little gecko as to what it's going to catch, if anything. I'm also just scanning down the trunk of the tree to see if there's anything else that's maybe lurking about that we could have a look at while we wait. But it's perfectly camouflaged, the gecko. I mean, not quite as camouflaged as the tree agamas are against the marula trees, but still with that sort of cryptic coloration, neutral tones that match typically a trunk of a tree. They don't really seem to spend much time on the ground, or I haven't really seen them also on rocky outcrops. There's a bunch of other lizard species, not so many gecko species, and agamas that will frequent the rocks. But these little dwarf geckos do very well on trunks of trees, and like I said, in and around human habitation. We see them fairly frequently. Where's that wasp gone? And then I don't know where that other fly has disappeared. It might have to change up its hunting strategy slightly. Now I'm just trying to see what else we can find. We've obviously been lucky with all the dragonflies too, so both myself and Paul are looking for any dragonfly that might be perched, but right now they all seem to be zipping around the water's edge. This is sort of when they peak at the hottest part of the day. Is the gecko still there? Oh, it is. Oh, I lost it for a moment. Maybe I take my previous comment back about it not being able to blend in as well as a tree agama, because I couldn't see. Oh, there's another gecko coming in, but a little bit lower down. Remember, of course, this is a live and interactive experience, so make sure you send through your questions. I'd of course love to have a chat with you. Maybe there's something you've always wanted to ask about a gecko. Hopefully I'll be able to answer it, otherwise wouldn't that be disappointing? You just have to send me on my way to do some homework. No, I'm just checking. Do you see the other gecko? No. Sorry, I have to look with my binoculars, otherwise I can't see it anymore either. So you know there's a big piece of wood sticking off to the right, a bit lower down. No, down below that one. Keep going, keep going. Yeah, that piece, but there, it's somewhere there. So I'm just going to try to find it again. It's slowly moving up. So if you go down, there should be two little holes. No, go up a bit. Keep going. It's actually at that knot. Go back to where you were. No, to your right. Yeah, go up. Go a bit faster. Yeah, so it's somewhere here. It's actually just to the left of that branch that's sticking out on the right, but just to the left of it. You'll probably all be able to see. There it is. Oh, there's two now. Ooh, exciting times. We've got two geckos. Is one a male and one a female, or are we going to see a territorial battle? As far as I'm aware, they're not particularly social. The one at the back is making a move again. The other one is now running away. Up the branch they go. Their markings are so striking. It's amazing how, of course, they can just hold on so tight. Oh, the one at the back is slightly larger and definitely interested in the other. It doesn't seem to be particularly aggressive. Oh, there's a third one coming in. Oh my goodness. It's just zipped around. Listen, let me tell you, this is some serious action. You wouldn't want to miss this. Okay, now we've got to wait and see, because the third one has already zipped down the branch, and I can only see one that's dangling upside down. Hannah, me too. I also love watching the smaller things. It's my absolute favorite to not be pressured to go and find big cats and all those types of things. It's fascinating to learn a little bit more about the smaller creatures. And that's, of course, how you just keep expanding your knowledge. I mean, obviously, you can always learn something new with leopards and lions and, the other iconic animals. But to be able to sit and, really talk about the habits of the smaller creatures is not an easy thing to do. It's quite difficult, in fact. Unless you put some effort into it, you won't, really ever be able to talk about them. And the best way, of course, to learn about animal behavior is to sit and watch. And you can see that this little gecko now, obviously, as it moves, it's checking in between the little holes that probably the boring beetles, the larvae have created, and perhaps woodpeckers have maybe hollowed them out a little bit more, because you might find other little creatures just living and making use of those holes, and then it could find itself a meal. But now they're gone. No action for us. Oh, there's one even closer. Paul, you know how there's a branch that's quite close to us that's sticking out? Yeah. This one that's in front of us, if you go to if you start at the top of that branch, no. This branch that's closest to us that's sticking up vertically, yes. If you zoom in there's one that's half in a hole. You'll see it. It's quite close to the... Yeah, so just drop down a little bit more. A little bit more. It's there. There is a hole, and it's got its head in it. I can't see on my monitor. I'm so sorry, everybody. I can see it with my binoculars there, that hole. Okay, there we go. Let's stay there. So it's sort of like, it's here, Paul. That's where the hole is. So I think if you go down a little bit, yeah. Do you see it now? Yeah. So there's another one of those dwarf geckos. Phew, I thought we'd lost them. There's a different one from what we've been looking at. And it had its head right in that little crevice. So as much as that there might be, food hidden away inside there, these also make for very good hidey holes. If a threat, a bird of prey of some sort, sort of flies on over, the first thing that they're going to do is either they're going to freeze and sit very still and hope that they haven't been spotted, or ideally they're going to try and disappear down into a little crevice. But they have to be careful, though, because around this dam we've seen a African harrier hawk, a gymnogene, and they've got specially adapted legs, and that allows them to actually stick those long legs into crevices and feel around for chicks, for eggs, for scorpions and reptiles. So they're not completely safe, but I think going into a small little hole like that, they'll be fine. Now it's just moved a little bit. It's moved from that hole up and a bit to the left. Still sticking to the shadows, though. I don't blame them. I mean, the trunk of the tree must be pretty hot. And they all look so healthy. They all look like quite chunky. Something that's so interesting with geckos. So I'm not sure if it's the same with dwarf geckos, but the larger gecko species is that as they start to feed and start gaining weight, a lot of that reserve fat is stored in the tail. So the plumper the tail, the better the chances are that it will make it through the winter months. Obviously, reptiles in South Africa don't hibernate or anything along those lines, but they'll definitely lower their metabolic rate and, keep quite still. There's a second one coming in hot. It's now gone back to the first hole that we were just looking at now. Wait. One's disappeared, not taking its chances. So even though they're all living and interacting around a common space, they're not necessarily friendly towards one another. The only time you might find them, being quite interested in each other is if it is a male trying to court and mate with a female. Look how they just squeeze through those little gaps. And it's gone. Let's just see if maybe it's going to, oh, it's still there. It turned around. It's very busy. It would actually be amazing to see these little creatures fight. They're quite ferocious with one another. I have been bitten by a gecko before, not a small one like this, but a rather large one, a tropical house gecko, and they get enormous. And while I was in Zambia, I was unpacking a storeroom, and I don't really like to handle things, but it was about to get squashed, so I thought, let me just relocate it to a safer point. So I grabbed it. I was worried I didn't want it to lose its tail. Thankfully it didn't. However, it bit my finger and would not let go. So it was sort of dangling on the edge of my finger. Eventually it let go. It actually drew a little bit of blood, but we both survived the incident. Sure, there was a lot of gecko action. Oh, my paw is pointed. What are you pointing at? I can't see. Is it a dragonfly? Go for it. Let's put it on. I think we might be geckoed out now. That's all the knowledge that I have. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. I'm going to, while Paul frames up the dragonfly, he's just trying to find it now, but I don't have eyes on it. It's a bit below the car. Okay. I'm just getting to the dragonfly section of my book. Oh, it's an eastern blacktail. So we actually saw these yesterday morning. And this morning on the sunrise safari, we were looking at I've forgotten the name of it now. Something Lucia. What was that? A widow. A Lucia widow. That's what it was called. This one is not a Lucia widow. Now, of course, I can't find dragonflies in my book. Dragonflies, where are you? I'm not obviously scanning through the index. I'm just now paging through. Because earlier I was so good. I just opened it on the right page. Normally I'm quite good at doing that. Not today. No, they've vanished from the book. Now I've got to go to the back. Odonata, page 36. Oh, that's why. It was paging sort of from the middle of the book, which just doesn't help. But isn't that so pretty? And the reason how I can identify that it is an eastern blacktail is because the abdomen is towards the tip is obviously got this big black patch on it. It covers almost, I'd say probably half of the abdomen. And then it's got the powder blue coloration on it towards its eyes. And I couldn't, again, this is not my proper dragonfly book at all. This is just an insect book. So it's just got a little, a couple of features. But there might be some others that it could be. But from what I can see right now, I don't think so. And the eastern blacktails, obviously quite well spread out throughout South Africa, particularly from, sort of central South Africa towards the east and the southern coastline. They're very pretty. So Janice, I suppose, yes, I do have an insect list that I keep. I don't write it down, but there's a couple of great citizen science apps and websites that you can sort of log sightings on. So I suppose without even realizing, I am keeping a list. The only problem is that you normally upload a photo, your location, and what you think it might be, and if you don't know what it is, there's a community of people that will try and help you identify it. And I haven't done that with everything, so it's not a very accurate list of all the insects or all the arthropods that I have seen in my lifetime. I've always been really fascinated in them. especially when I was younger, I used to collect things, put them in jars, poke holes in the top. Sometimes, unfortunately, I'd forget about them. A lot of the time, my mom would remind me, and then I would release them. And it was just fascinating to watch. Obviously, I was a child, and I was just interested in everything. I didn't realize that I had to release the insects, even though I was told consistently by my parents that you can't keep them in there. You know what children are like. We just do what we want. And so I've always had this fascination, and then I sort of lost it because, being a teenage girl, insects, not interested in that. I was more worried about going off and riding my horses and playing sport and, being at the beach and all those kinds of things. And then obviously as I started guiding as a late teenager, or just before I exited my teenage years, I fell in love with arthropods again. But to be honest, I was never really encouraged, to pursue the passion and, continue to find out, more and look for different types of insects. So I wouldn't say I was lazy. No one else was really interested in what I was interested in. Everyone was either interested in plants or birds. And then, of course, big animals. So I don't know if I was maybe not necessarily peer pressured, not intentionally, but I was like, oh, maybe it's uncool and I'm a bit strange. I loved frogs. I've always loved frogs too, so the same thing. But I sort of kept that to myself. And it was only later on in my guiding career, maybe you could say the last 5 years, so halfway through my guiding career, that I really, sort of started paying attention. But I've always photographed them. Like I find old pictures everywhere of arthropods, but I didn't seem to be too interested in identifying them, not like I am now. So I should probably be better and keep a proper list, but I'd have to break it down into all the different orders. Isn't that perfect timing? Right, Lisa, I wonder, do you have an insect list, or do you keep any lists of things in the bush? Let's go to her and find out.
Taylor, I do not have a list of insects, no. I try to keep up with my birding as much as possible, but also not necessarily. I should be better at where I see which bird. If it's like a really phenomenal, rare bird sighting, then I definitely mark it down in my book. But insects, no, I should do better. I know I should. I've got a lot of photos of insects, I have to say, of all sorts. But actually keeping a list, no. And I definitely should be starting. That is definitely something to look into. But yes, this bird, speaking about birds and insects and all of that, this bird is looking for some insects and creepy crawlies. And many of you will know I do not favor these birds really all that well. However, it's pretty fascinating when they are feeding. And those of you that were with us, it was on Tuesday? Yes, Tuesday. Taylor, of course, the creepy crawly whisperer, did actually help me to ID that fly that we saw on the Djuma Dam Cam, which was pretty fascinating. And it is called a lisp, and it is a barred mud fly. The one we saw. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I apologize. The day before yesterday, we saw a very, very, very interesting fly on the Djuma Dam Cam on the actual tree. And I had no idea what it was. Taylor initially also had no idea what it was. And you see, this is why I should also be making a list of insects, because that is how she was actually able to ID it. She told me she's seen it once before, so it should be marked in her book. And so it was. So that afternoon she let me know, and we were able to actually ID it as Taylor was able to ID it as a mud barred fly. And it's just so fascinating when you look at birds particularly. Of course, all animals have various adaptations and claws and paws and hoof structures and all of that for various reasons. But birds in particular, don't you think it's super fascinating when you look at birds' beaks and their bills? For instance, this Harida, he of course is a probing bird. So he's literally putting his bill inside the mud and pulling out earthworms and all sorts of creepy crawlies. Whereas you look at a kingfisher, they've also got that thick, long or sharp bill rather. And of course woodpeckers, the abilities they have in their bill to be able to bore holes. Now, I don't know who of you know this, interestingly enough. Sorry, I'm just thinking about that now, looking at this Harida and talking about the different structures you get. If you have ever researched woodpeckers in general, please do go research their tongues. A colleague and a friend of mine, the one time we were on a bushwalk and we found a woodpecker that unfortunately collided. As we got back to the lodge, we found a woodpecker that collided with the lodge's window. And unfortunately, he did not make it. But then we sort of took this woodpecker all carefully, made sure, he really is dead in fact. And his tongue was sticking out. And we actually took the tongue, and you cannot believe, when I say took, I don't mean took it for ourselves. We just sort of analyzed the tongue. And their tongues can literally wrap around their brains, because they've got these probing tongues as well to put in the holes that they bore in trees and in logs and stuff like that to actually get the insects out. But that was just super fascinating to me. But I mean, if you look at all of the birds, a spoonbill, how weird is that? But again, it's got a purpose, just like herons, kingfishers, all of the various birds that we see every single day. Eagles, eagles with their fantastic talons. Owls, oxpeckers. Oxpecker is a small bird, but it's got the exact same foot structure as an eagle and an owl. It really is so cool. But yes, a Harida, apart from its feeding habits, it's not one of my favorite birds. I don't know how you guys feel about them. But they are not ugly birds, I will give them that. When they are in the sun, they do have, of course, this beautiful fluorescence to their feathers. But other than that, I don't find them very fascinating, especially 4 o'clock in the morning. Olivia, you would like to know which bird has the longest gestation period. So remember, birds have incubation periods. They don't have gestation periods because, of course, they incubate their eggs. Gestation is generally what we refer to when we look at the mammals. But definitely catching your drift. I'm just trying to think now. Definitely your bigger birds, your owls, your eagles. And what else? I will get back to you on that one, because there will be a definite answer. But of course, the bigger birds. And it also depends on, whether that tiny one is artificial, is it precocial. A lot of things that come into play. But that is a super interesting question, Olivia. I will definitely read up on that for you a bit. I love how you guys challenge us with these questions. Often we get asked things and you're like, I would never have thought of that. Why? The other day I thought of something. When we look at that Harida that we just saw. When they are in fact, probing for insects and stuff, of course they are ingesting some of that mud as well and the soil. So would that then count as geophagia? Which is an interesting thing to think about.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system.
But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Just bear with me. I do think we have an endangered species. I'm not sure if we checked correctly. I could have sworn I saw it. Oh, it's hiding. Gosh. That is a pity. It is a lesser spotted tailor as well as a lesser spotted impor. Of course, you know, just one of a kind of each of those species. But sadly, they are hiding, you know. Some of these animals really know when we want to look at them, and then they just hide so well from us. Alrighty, I'm going to take one last look around. Of course, you know, Taylor is also keeping her eyes open. But I think then we will go back to Ukokoyo and see what's happening. Just give me a sec. And of course we can hear the buffalo weavers just above us. As we know, they're all busy constructing a nest. Alrighty, Miss Taylor, please keep your eyes open and let us know if you need our help as well on the Juma Dam cam. But I think let's head to Okokoyo to see what is happening there with our Egyptian goose family. And we are back. Now, in order to please everyone, I have now renamed the goslings because we've had hundreds of tantrums. No, I'm just kidding. Not at all. But Michelle, I loved your suggestion about incorporating all of the directors and tech and everyone in MC to sort of give them recognition in terms of naming the goslings. And it wasn't easy, I promise you. It was really, I sat here for quite a while working it all out. But as I say, as naturalists and as cam ops, I feel we often get recognition enough. So what we will do is these are the new names of the 6 goslings. MD, MJ, CT, NJ, Mo, and GSD. And that literally is the combination of all of the directors and all of the tech people when it comes to Escape to Nature. So it's Max and D, Morgan and Jordan, Chulu and Tsadiwa, Nadine and Jared, Mel and Olwetu, Gwen, Donald, and Sipiwe. If I left anyone out, I'm sorry. I can only do so much. So we'll go with that. I don't know if anyone will remember it. Hopefully you do. But I thought it's a good idea to give the goslings names. No, Nadine, I need everyone to be happy, not just most of you. Oh, we've got some wildebeest again. Let us see. Let us have a look-see. You see, now I have forgotten with someone. So Nadine, what we are doing is we are revoking your name from the Springbok Lamb because you have now gotten recognition with the goslings. And we will call our Springbok Lamb Roscoe. Is everyone happy with that? I hope so. There are no more changes. Those are the final decisions. I feel like these animals are going to have identity crisis if we keep changing their names. So the Springbok Lamb, our first Springbok Lamb that we have seen is Roscoe. And then our goslings are MD, MJ, CT, NJ, Mo, and GSD. I hope everyone wrote it down because I know I would not remember it if I did not write it down. Darcy Miller, I'm done now. I'm stepping out. No. You are more than welcome to give suggestions for the last names. Well, obviously they're all gonna have the same last name because they're all from, the same parents. So the mother and father is Harry and Sally. Nadine is saying we should make the last name MC, but that will be you really want these animals to have identity crises, because then it's going to be MD MC, MJ MC, CT MC. No. Darcy Miller, I love you, but can we please not? I'm going to start crying today. You can always give that to Alex tomorrow ask him to think of a last name for the goslings. Because the mother is Harry and Sally. And so you are more than welcome to think of a last name for them. Darcy Miller, you are saying a malleefowl. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Their incubation period is 65 days. And they're from Australia. That's super, super interesting. It's, I assume it's also a bigger bird because as I say, your bigger birds, for instance, if you take an African fish eagle, their incubation can be anything from 42 to 45 days. The Marshall eagle can be anything from 45 to 55 days. So it really does, as I say, with your bigger birds, it will of course take a little longer. But thank you for your comment there. That is super, super interesting. This wildebeest is just trying to decide what to do with his life. You see, he's also now got the... he also now wants a name. Leslie, good afternoon. You are saying maybe ostrich eggs would take the longest to hatch. Ostrich eggs can be anything from 35 to 55 days, the incubation period. So definitely also up there, but as I say, it's interesting if you look at an ostrich egg and the size of the bird in comparison to an eagle, they are more or less the same, which is very, very fascinating. But you are not at all incorrect. Even your secretary birds, of course we've gotten to know them quite a bit. I personally have no experience with secretary bird nests. Of course, I've seen a lot of footage. I've seen them on Escape to Nature and all of our other drives and all of that. But for me personally, as a guide, I have never actually gotten to witness secretary birds nesting. I've seen them in my life many times, but those were just adults feeding and hunting and all of that. But your secretary birds as well, they can be anything from 40 to about 46, 50 days. So also a rather long period. Ooh, the cloud cover is coming in again. Actually, just bear with me. I just want to see what the actual weather looks like. Ooh, you can just hear this wind, and of course check the water, the trees. It really is becoming very overcast now, which is not necessarily such a bad thing. Lenny, good afternoon. You would like to know, are there any antelope species where the females have horns too? Yes, definitely. The springbok we see so often, the eland, not here necessarily. We've seen them twice here in Okokoyo, but we often see them in Kariga and Amakala. But definitely the oryx. And if you start to look at why, and again, as we say every single day, everything that we observe and that we document and all of that when it comes to wildlife and the ecosystem and animals and all of that, that is just merely our human interpretation. That is not necessarily why Mother Nature is designed in that manner, etc., etc. But again, according to our human interpretation and common logic, when you look at those animals, eland, oryx, springbok, they prefer really dry and open areas. And people hypothesize and say it's due to the fact that, because they are found in these open areas and arid areas, the females also have horns so that they can actually protect their young. Whereas something like an impala, for instance, just the males have horns. But impalas you'll find more in dense, lush areas such as Djuma, for instance. But again, then you can sort of argue, okay, well, how is it that we find wildebeest in an area like this, as well as Djuma, even Mashatu? But then you can again argue, wildebeests are very, very adaptable animals. But aren't they all really? In my eyes, I believe all animals are adaptable. They all acclimate, they're all super resilient, and they are all very intelligent. But again, what does that mean? Just because I think something is intelligent doesn't necessarily make it intelligent. So it really, again, everything is just human interpretation, how we see things and how we perceive them, and why we think it might be designed in such a way. But it could, of course, be for completely different reasons. Just trying to see. It's a little tricky now with the cloud cover as well. I'm just trying to find our little one, our Roscoe. Roscoe the Rascal. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I apologize. We've got our very first Springbok lamb, and I have no idea where it is. It's been lying down for quite some time, and it really, unless it moves, it is so difficult to see it. You know, you would think that this animal would at least just lift its head for its fairy godmother, but no, that is not the case. That's alright though, as long as it's safe and sound. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see now, of course, with the rain. That will definitely cool the area off a little bit, depending on how frequently it rains, of course. But also it's going to fill up the waterhole now. It's going to bring forth a lot more vegetation, I believe personally, which hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but hopefully that will bring a lot more animals again as well, like the oryx, the springbok, the wildebeest, the zebras, because it really has been quiet. Now I'm wondering if that is going to have an effect on our predator sightings. Are we going to see more predators, lions? Because of course, you know, now there's more animals around, but also a lot of these animals are going to have babies. Alex, you are asking a very interesting question. Do springbok have black or brown eyes? Oh, Alice, my apologies. I thought Alex. Alice, good afternoon. So they've got very, very dark, and I don't want to say a certain black or brown because it really does differ. I've seen this personally when photographing them, yes. English, Lisa. But it's more towards a black. Now, when you look at all of your diurnal animals, something like a wildebeest, a springbok, an oryx, even elephants, rhinos, they really have a darker colored eye. But if you look at something like antelope specifically, they've got more that black coloration. And we know with their eye design, you know, they are not really... They see fine at night, but they are not as brilliant as predators per se. Now, having those darker eyes helps them to see better during the daytime. I don't know if any of you have personally experienced this, but I know for me, I've got dark brown eyes. Whereas my brother, my mother, my sister, all of them have these green-blue eyes. And they don't do very, very well with the daylight for too long without sunglasses. Now, it's the same with animals as well. With animals, as I say, you know, a lot of your diurnal animals, your animals that are active during the day, they will have those dark eyes, which actually helps them with a sort of the light regulation. Whereas your night animals, a leopard, a lion, they've got these yellow, amber, sort of greenish eyes. and that again helps them at night to see better. They can see fine during the day as well, but specifically at nighttime that will assist them. Now when you look at something like a cheetah is of course also a cat, and they are predators. Goodness, my English is evading me. But cheetahs, of course, for the most part we know that they hunt mostly in the daylight. Again, animals don't follow rules, they don't read books, so anything is possible. But with cheetahs it is easier for them during the daytime. And when you look at a cheetah and you see them up close and personal, sorry, I don't know how many of you joined us this morning on Sunrise Safari, but we had some cheetahs. And when you look at them, or when you have the opportunity to actually look at them up close and personal, you can see they've got a very light brown, sometimes darker, but it's sort of a reddish brown eye color. And again, that is why, when you look at your animals that are mostly active during the day, they've got the darker eye colors, as opposed to your predators, they've got a lighter eye color, which is pretty cool when you think about it. Even elephants, I've had the honor to work really, really up close and personal with elephants. And when you look into the eye of an elephant, I promise you your life will be changed. They literally look right through your soul. I know a lot of people say this for lions and leopards, and it definitely is the case. But with elephants specifically, I've just found that, it's just super, super beyond humbling even. It is just so incredible. But again, if you look at that eye color, it's because they are active mostly during the daytime. Of course, at nighttime as well. But daytime is a good time for them to move around, to find water holes, etc.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
It seems like a pregnant female. Seems rather hefty when you look at it from this view. And of course, hopefully they'll all, start having their babies now. I'm super excited. But guys, remember, we are live, we are interactive. Please get in touch with me. Remember, your questions doesn't just have to be about the animals or the location or about Wild Earth. Perhaps you would like to know, Lisa, you said you've got brown eyes. Do you have brown hair as well? Or if you perhaps want to know anything about myself or about any of the naturalists, or perhaps anyone at MC, the people behind the scenes, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us. Ooh, what bird is that? It's a lapwing. Jeez, you can really see the water level is starting to drastically drop. And even though this is a man-made waterhole, we tend to hold off. When I say we, I mean the conservation management team. Tend to hold off as long as possible. The thing is, you never want to make animals, dependent on you. So that they think, okay, well, there's always water there. We can always just go there. You really only rely on that sort of thing if it becomes a dire need. But as I've been saying for the past couple of days, I really hope we get a proper storm soon. And it seems like we might today. I don't want to get my hopes up, but if I can show you the cloud cover, it's really starting to pull in now. Okay, don't mind the blue sky, but just the cotton wool clouds that you can actually see pulling in now. Slowly but surely, these cumulus clouds are accumulating. Goodness, try to say that 3 times fast after one another. LG7, good afternoon, and thank you as always for getting in touch with us. You would like to know where I'm operating the cameras from, as well as the directors. So, it is a pretty amazing setup, I have to say. So right now where I'm sitting, I have got a studio, and I've got 3 screens in front of me. So I've got one of my screens is the actual live show going on, which of course enables me to watch the show, even if we're not live with me, I can watch what Nick and all of you are watching. Then my second screen is for the Okokoyo camera. Now that actually allows me to, it's literally, you've got controls, so you can go left, right, zoom in, zoom out, all of that. And then my third screen, generally I've got an extra screen for Mashatu as well. But as we know, Mashatu is a bit sick right now. We are looking into operating it soon. But then The Juma Dam Cam also has a screen then, which allows me to, of course, operate the Juma Dam Cam. And then I've also on that screen, I've got a chat that I have with the Zoomies in the Juma Dam Cam, that we just say, hey, I'm taking over, or hey, would you like to operate the camera while I'm live? So it's a rather busy setup. Then in my ear, I've got an earpiece to listen to the actual show, to listen to all of the bird calls and all of that. And of course, if one of the other naturalists are live. But then I've also in my other ear got a radio. And that is what the directors communicate to me with. And then we also use messages in the form of social media on the phone. If we have something we, have to say to each other immediately, perhaps. And then the directors, of course, they are in their separate studio, but that is really, really cool. Like the first time I walked in there, I was like a little kid at Disney World. I was like, ooh, wow. Because there's so many screens on the TV, and all of those different screens, have the different programs that we obviously stream on. And then you've got various directors. You don't just have one director. So you've got one director that's talking to you, but you've got another director that is operating the whole show, whether it's Escape to Nature, Penguin Beach, Sunset Safari, Sunrise Safari. And we are just always trying to make sure that everything actually runs smoothly. And then, of course, the directors give us your awesome questions and comments and all of that. And all of that, LG7, happens in Rivonia, in Johannesburg, in Gauteng, in South Africa. So it's really, really impressive what technology, of course, allows us to do. And in that studio that the directors and the tech teams and everyone finds themselves in, it's pretty impressive as well, because they've got different ways of communicating with the different locations, whether it's Madikwe, Juma, myself, Nick in Kariga, Ralph in Amakala. It really is a super, super, super impressive setup. So I really commend each and every single person, of course, the people that do our advertisements as well for Ask Me Anything and Fireside Chat, and for James Henry's Wild Show. Those people that compile those actual clips and do all of that, it really is an impressive setup. And I'm not just saying that because I work here. Like, as I say, honestly, I walk in here every day, then I'm just like, whoa, there's so much going on, but how does everyone do it? And they make it look so easy, and believe me, it's not. It really is utterly impressive what each and every one does here. I honestly think my job is the easiest, because I just play with the cameras and then I talk to all of you. So it really is. I want to commend all of the people at Wild Earth, from tech people to directors to the managers. Really, really, everyone is doing a brilliant job, I think. And then, of course, as always, thank you to all of you, because none of this would be possible without any of you. So thank you so much for always joining us. Oh, Donald, you didn't bring cupcakes. That's why I wouldn't know it's your birthday. Apparently, it is Donald, one of our technicians. It's his birthday, so happy birthday, Donald. And I always say any birthday is super, super important. I remember I was working at a lodge, I think this was two or 3 years ago. And I literally had the worst birthday the one year, because not even my lodge managers congratulated me. I was so sad. And I got into bed and my mom phoned me and she was like, how was your birthday? I said, it was just a day. Because I don't know what happened, because we had a tradition actually at our old lodge. If it was your birthday, you got thrown with water the whole day. And people, I don't know if they thought it was my birthday the next day or what happened, or I don't know. So I always think it's super, super important, you know, to congratulate people on their birthdays. You only have one a year, so it's whether you believe in that sort of thing or not, I definitely think we should always be celebrating life. So happy birthday, Donald. I'm not going to sing for you, sorry. Ooh, these clouds are really getting serious now. Which generally would bum me out. You know, in terms of having sightings for all of you, and is it going to affect the sightings? But we need it, and I'm super excited to see what's going to happen after the rain. Oh, look. It's Terry the Terrapin. I'm not sure if that's Harry or Sally, mom or dad. And then MD, MJ, CT, NJ, Mo, and GSD. Sounds like very odd names for children, but that is what we have decided on today. I got super excited right now because, of course, you know, I'm busy controlling the Djuma Dam cam as well. And I just saw these big birds overflying Gowrie Dam, and I thought, oh, perhaps it's eagles or something. And it was just Hadidas. Oh, you see, there's the godmother. So as I said, I'm the fairy godmother of the springbok lamb. But unfortunately, these chickadees had a godmother way before I was in the picture. And it is that lapwing. I'm not sure, I haven't introduced myself. I'm not sure what the name is. Sounds like we've got an aeroplane overhead. Really is incredible how, you know, again, technology has really empowered us a human race, because it's just, if you think about it, in the olden days, if you wanted to go somewhere, you know, for the most part you had to walk, and then of course cars were invented. Not even cars, you know, then people used horses and donkeys and all of that. Then cars were invented, then ships and airplanes and all of that. Life really has become so easy. This morning I was listening to the radio on my way to work, and people were actually talking about, you know, how in the olden days you would buy a normal bread, unsliced, and then you would go slice it at home. When last did you actually, perhaps you are a baker, you know, and you are used to making your own bread, but when last have you actually gone to a grocery store and just bought a normal bread, an unsliced bread? It's quite scary how rapidly life is changing and how convenient things are becoming. Again, it's pretty scary to think that, you know, I can show you right now what is going on in another country, not in South Africa, in another country, with regards to the animals. You know, if we want to see, what is this animal doing? Or we can do that. Technology allows us to do that. And of course, you know, it's not always our friend, but I believe for the most part we really can use it to our benefit. For instance, the other day when we saw the insects on the Djuma Dam camp, I could immediately message Taylor and ask, what is this? What do you think this is? And for a long time in my life, I was super against technology. Just because even to this day, I feel that it does make us very lazy and does not allow us to use our brains as much as we generally would. I mean, do you remember the days where you actually had to go to a library or pick up a magazine or newspaper to find something out or to learn something? Now you literally just open your browser and find out whatever you want to find out. The simpler times. I always say I was born in the wrong era. I wish I was born in that era where you actually had to send a dove to your neighbor on another farm to ask if you could perhaps get a cup of sugar. Only have that dove return the next week, and by that time you've made a 2-day trip into town anyway to get some sugar. Or when we wrote love letters. Writing your friend a letter just to say, hey, how are you? Anyway, I will stop babbling. Speaking of saying, hey, how are you? I know Rolf wants to do exactly that all the way from Amakhala.
To the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. While we have come down to Leeuwenbush Pan, and there's this delightful warthog with its tiny little baby in amongst all the zebra who have now just decided to mill around next to the waterhole. It is quite hot, but we've got a lot of high cloud cover, so it is keeping things a little bit cool, and so it's quite comfortable out in the open sun, because there isn't any. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got BK. How's it, BK? How's it? And how's it once again to all of you? Welcome with us as we escape to nature next to the Leeuwenbush Pan. As we see this little youngster now just catching up with mom. Maybe it's going to have a little drink. Looks like Mom wants a drink, and so does he. He is a scrawny little individual, isn't he? And luckily for him, he hasn't become food just yet. The cheetah, the male coalition, the three of them, they've seem to have taken a liking to these little piglets. There's lots of them around, so it's like little takeaways all over the place. The lions have also been eating a few piglets as well. And as we know, warthogs can reproduce up to 3 times a year, and they can give birth to up to 10 piglets a go. So it's actually quite important that the predators do eat some of them, because otherwise they can overpopulate very quickly. But this little individual seems quite independent. Look at him going on over there with the zebra. Not scared at all, is he? Wow. He's going to disappear in the waterhole. Where's Mommy gone? Oh, she's just watching off on the side. Looks like she's quite concerned, as I would be, letting your baby run around. Oh, looks like the zebra's having a go. Look at that. Got to stick close to Mom, otherwise it is easy food for any of the little predators and big predators alike. From caracal to jackals to cheetah and lions, this little one's got everything to look out for, but it seems pretty confident. I don't think it really understands the dangers as of yet.
What's the average size of a piglet, Sandy?
Sandy, the average size of a piglet is it's probably the size of about a size 6 shoe when it's born. They are small little things. But we do also sort of see warthogs out of perspective, because when you see them next to all these other animals, they look very small. But when you're on foot, standing on the ground, and you see a warthog, the bigger warthogs can take you right up to the top of your knee. So, well, it depends on how tall you are, but I'm 6'2", and it will take me up about to the top of my knee. You're very surprised when you see warthogs actually on their level, as opposed to next to the other animals from the height advantage of a vehicle. So when you're out there and you see them at the same height, they're surprisingly big. So when you look at that little piglet, which looks tiny, they actually are bigger than they look. It's just relative to all the other animals that are around. I often compare it to, if you look at a rugby team, they all look sort of similar size, and you don't really get the relativity of how big they are compared to each other. So you might think, okay, the scrum half is tiny, for instance, the number 9, but he might actually not be that small. It's just because he's compared to these men giants that he looks small. But if you had to see him next to you, he might be a lot bigger than you, even though you think he's very small. So it's all relative. And that's how I say, when we look at the other animals, we also don't get the true size of them unless you're actually on foot and you're near to them. Then you get the relativity, and they're a lot bigger than you think. Springbok obviously look tiny as well, but stand next to one and they're not as small as you think. Lots of swishing tails, keeping the flies away. Synchronized tail swishing. that mommy pig does. Well, I think that's a mommy pig, or no, it's another one. This is another 2 warthogs that are making their way in there. They really want to have a drink, and it looks like the zebra are obliging and giving them a gap. Warthogs are also renowned for not only drinking, but mud wallowing. It's a favorite pastime of theirs, as with rhino and buffalo. But I think the warthogs are the ones that enjoy it the most. And then near to waterholes, you'll often find rocks or tree stumps, etc., that are well used by warthogs. They like to wallow, and then they like to go and scratch themselves on a nice post or point or rock or whatever it might be. And you can often see the mud that has been wiped off onto that and smoothed off as well as they stand there rubbing themselves against whatever post is handy in the direct vicinity. Quite a bit of wind coming through. We were actually preparing for over 40 degrees today, but it seems with this high cloud cover that we've got, it's really softened it up. It's rather muggy or humid, and as they say in Scotland, close, but it's not extremely hot, so it's actually quite comfortable. And that's why I think we're seeing a few more of the animals out in the open and not seeking the shelter of shade. There's a few youngsters there. You can tell they're a little bit inexperienced with warthogs. Not much gets scared of warthogs, but those young zebras seem to be a little bit nervous of them. That is a man-made little trough, and they do keep this one topped up just to assist the animals on this part of the reserve, because the major pan has dried up, so they just keep that little one there filled up, and then it does overflow into the major pan itself. The zebra having a bit of allo grooming. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
zebra. I'm sure they'll probably do a bit of grazing just there. Seems to be nice short grass. And a lot of that short grass there around the waterhole, I would think, is probably couch grass, Cynodon dactylon. It's quite similar to kikuyu grass, although you do get small inflorescence, spiky inflorescence. It's not actually spiky, it's just sort of the name of the shape. It seems to be 2 harems here. They're quite big, actually, in terms of the size. Normally you see about 6 to 10 females that a male will have, each stallion. And that group there is rather sizable. Lots of snorting and grunting coming from them, as you get from horses and donkeys. All the equine family. But the continuous tail swishing. I think the wind's probably helping quite a bit to keep the flies at bay. But there's always some that will be irritating them. It's a very calm scene here, with the odd kick to the face within the harems themselves of the zebra. Probably the odd bite as well. Sophia, if the weather is favorable, zebra can dust bath pretty much every day. They tend to go dust bathe when it's dry, as you would imagine. So on a day like this, yeah, we could quite easily see them dust bathing. But they do tend to have their favorite sites where there is a nice sort of light powdery area with the dust itself. So very often you can find them using roads where it has sort of created that perfect environment or situation for a good dust bath. And you'll often find that the wildebeest will use the same spot as the zebra do as well. So you very often find zebra with wildebeest, and they tend to like using the same dust bathing positions or areas as well. I haven't seen these ones where they've been dust bathing. Maybe there isn't the best site around, but they definitely will if they can, and if there's a nice spot for it, they can even do it every day. And then you do tend to see on the coloration of the zebra that sort of browning of the back, and they take on a little bit of the color of the soil of the area. Not quite as much as rhinos or elephants per se, because they sort of get into the wet mud, and so that sticks on them a lot more. Whereas with the zebra and the wildebeest, they're getting the dry dust, which comes off a lot easier, so and it doesn't leave as much of a color on them, but it does still give the local soil color on the zebra itself. A little bit, but not as much. So you can see that with the younger ones, you'll see that they're more brilliant in the white and black that they have, because they haven't taken on as much of the color of the surrounding area's soil as the adults, with their rolling tendencies in the dust. So Judy, zebra are not territorial, so they don't mark their territories, so they don't do anything for that. They will take a harem, and as it looks like here, it looks like there's 2 harems here. It is a stallion that will have as many females as he can keep within his within the harem, or he can sort of manage. And it's normally between 6 or 10 females. It can be bigger, it can be smaller, depending on the prowess of the stallion that is controlling the harem. So sometimes a little bit more, but generally around that number, about 6 to 10. And then they won't defend an area. They sort of move, they're almost nomadic. They move between the grazing area and the areas where they drink. So they won't be fighting with other males over a particular area. They'll be fighting with them over the particular females that are on offer. So it's around that. Harem animals, and that's their social structure, not territorial. So they don't mark, they don't defecate in the same spot, they don't make a midden, they defecate randomly, they urinate randomly, and it's not used as a defense mechanism or to lay a scent for other males, about that area. They do obviously still go and smell up behind females' defecation and urination, and then using the Jacobson's organ or the vomeronasal organ, they do the phlegm and grimace, and they will be interpreting the smells of the females and working out where they are in the estrus cycle and who's ready for mating, etc. And so they do that, but it's not a territorial thing at all. That's why you can see 2 groups of zebra next to each other like that. And the only reason that they'll fight is maybe one of the stallions is trying to steal one of the females from a rival's harem, which they do as well. And then it gets quite interesting, because if he manages to steal one of those females, as I've chatted about before, it's quite cutthroat, because it's quite similar to that of lions, where they actually perform infanticide if need be, or if it's required, because obviously the males, they want to pass on their genetics and they want to mate with as many females as possible and have as many babies with them. So if they steal a female from an opposition's harem and she's pregnant, he will force himself on her and mate with her until she either aborts, or if it's too far on in the pregnancy, when she does give birth, he can murder the foal. And it is quite brutal. He'll kick it to death. So it's not nice to see. But in so doing, she will stop lactating, and he'll be able to mate with her, and she'll become pregnant very quickly after that. If he didn't do that, she could continue lactating with that baby for over, up to a year plus. So he speeds up the process by getting that foal out the way, and then obviously the cycle will return with the female, and he can sire his own genetics with her, and in so doing, that becomes then infanticide, and very similar to that of lions. But you wouldn't think it with zebra. You think they're quite a beautiful looking horse-like animal, and it's when I first learned that, I thought it was quite unexpected, but very interesting, and that's the ways of the wild. It's sometimes brutal. But there's always this power play, not around territory, but around the harems, and the stallion needs to be a strong individual. He supplies the security, once again, very similar to lions, for the group. He leads them, he defends them against other males, etc. And he's obviously also the first to sort of try and defend against predators too, dependent on the predator. Obviously, if it's lions, they sort of just vacate the area as quickly as possible. But for smaller predators, they do then stand as security and try to defend the group. Sometimes you can see it quite clearly when there are groups of zebra like that. When there's one standing off the side, that would be the male, or when there's a leader, you can sometimes quite clearly see it. In this situation, however, it's all peaceful. There's just tail swishes. There's no reason for fighting, but you still see it within the group themselves. They just, it's almost like a social bonding, even though it doesn't look very nice, biting and kicking each other. Don't see how that really helps to bond, but it seems like it does if you're a zebra. And there you see even those youngsters, that phenomenon of them having very long legs, like they're on stilts, and then a predator can't single them out on the other side of their mother because their stomachs, their bellies are at the same height. It does look to be one or two individuals that are pregnant there. So we may have a few more little foals within these groups in the not too distant future. That one in the middle there now does look suspiciously so. So Arctic Circle, yes, zebra have got very powerful kicks, and I would say definitely comparable to horses, sometimes even more so. It depends on the horse, but that is their biggest defense, and they, you know, it's been developed or evolved over the centuries, especially around predation from lions. So that's how they defend themselves against lions, and it's almost like they do sort of practice it within the groups, and they keep it at, you know, with the muscle memory that is required to have an excellent kick. Doing it within the group themselves does put them in good stead when they are actually being attacked by a predator. So they can run at full speed and then still kick out as well. And that's the biggest threat for a lion as they're chasing in up behind a zebra. Obviously, they want to jump on the rump So they're exposed right at that moment as they jump, and if they time it wrong and the zebra connects on their face or on their head or on their chin or anywhere, it can have disastrous effects for the lions. So generally the experienced lions, when they're experienced in hunting zebra, you'll see they chase up behind them and they get right in close behind the zebra and they wait for that kick. And it's almost as the kick comes, they sort of sidestep the kick, but with those legs then being outstretched, that is the moment to then get in on the rump. Either when they're outstretched or as they're pulling it in, then that's the time to go in for the kill. If they time it wrong though, they can get it right in the jaw, right in the head, and it can break their skull, it can break their jaw, and yeah, it can mean the death of the lion. So I've witnessed that as well. And so the lions, they need to have their wits about them and they need to have experience in that, because they get it wrong and there's only one chance. So excellent kick the zebras do have, and very much comparable to some of the bigger horses that I've seen kick as well. But I would almost say that the zebra are more adept at kicking because they practice it more often and they need it to survive. Rather than with horses, it's almost just a matter of an irritation that they will use their kick for. It's not a question of life and death as it is with the zebra, and so they've refined that kick very well. Isabella, yeah, they do have. They've got a very good sense of smell, as do all the animals out here. I would say that predominantly the strongest sense of most of the animals in the bush is their sense of smell. They can pick up intricate differences within the surrounding area, and you notice it when you walk, especially when we go out on trails. Animals don't have to see you. If they're downwind from you, they pick up the smell and they know that you're there without even having seen or heard you. So I would say in order of importance with the animals out here, and you must remember that they also need to walk around in the pitch dark at night, and so that's when they rely on their smell and hearing with having no eyesight basically, and they still survive through those times where there is high concentration of predators, etc. They can smell when predators are around. But it's quite difficult when you've got strong winds, because obviously you're only going to be able to smell things that you are downwind of. So it does bring in that limitation. However, it is extremely strong. So in order, I would say it's probably smell first, then hearing, and then sight. It's almost they just use sight to confirm what they've smelt and maybe even heard. But smell, definitely number one. So they are moving slowly up towards the thickets now. But, as I say, there's still a lot of cloud cover, and the sun is not out. So luckily for us and for all the other animals, it's at least taking the edge off of the heat. Bit of grazing to be done. Zoe, I haven't seen a zebra with completely no stripes, but I've seen a few individuals with very little. And it's the color morphs that I've seen in the Etosha National Park in Namibia. In between Okokuyu and the Halali camps, the actual national park camps, there is a waterhole. It's called Salvadora because there's a Salvadora or mustard tree bush next to the waterhole itself, but it's right next to the actual pan itself, which is dry, and it's as a result of the old inland sea, which was fed by the Kuneni. But it's quite a salty pan, and it's well visited by massive herds of zebra and oryx and springbok and ostriches, etc. But at that particular spot, I've seen the one zebra I saw, it was almost half black and half white, and there was just a couple of little stripes on it. Then there was another one that I saw that was almost all white, and it had a couple of little stripes at the back, but then it had dots on it as opposed to stripes. So very interesting color morphs that I've seen there. And then there was one that was almost all black. So I've seen almost all the different kinds of color variations that you can imagine on a zebra, but there's always just a couple of stripes somewhere on them. I've never seen a zebra with completely no stripes on it at all. But if you do some research, you will see that you do get these color morphs on zebra, and I think there was one spotted recently. I don't know if it was at Djuma or Mashatu or somewhere, because I saw a lot of the viewers commenting on it, and that was what reminded me of the different color morphs that I'd seen in Etosha. So they're not common, but it does occur. And obviously, in my experience, in the highest concentrations where I've moved through in different national parks is in Etosha. But massive herds of zebra there. I would assume that in places like the Ngorongoro crater, the Masai Mara, the Serengeti, there probably would be some of those color morphs as well, with the sheer numbers that you get of zebra. But if you had to look across the board, it's probably less than 1% of the entire population that you'd find with that kind of differing colors. It's quite similar to what we see with melanism or leucism and albinism. Normally very small percentages of the population, unless they're stressed or there's some kind of change in the population dynamics, etc. There's normally something around that can cause excessive amounts of numbers of strange color morphs, but generally in a natural population you'd only find a very small percentage of them having that, and that goes across the different species of animals in the wild, and we also naturally would find that with humans as well. When populations become stressed for different reasons, that's when you can find an increase in those rare conditions. It's not a condition, but morphs that occur more regularly under stressed environments. And different kinds of stress will create those kinds of increase in those morphs. These two having a little bit of a wrestle, and they do like to go and bite. So often when they go to do that, then you'll see them going as low as they can to try and stop the other one from being able to bite its legs. So, Margaret, difference between display and contact calls. So, contact calls are, animals calling between each other to establish contact, and it's normally a much softer call that they would do for that. Whereas a display is a loud, proud, announcing that for either breeding purposes or territorial purposes. So that's where I think the major difference is one is an announcement and the other one is trying to establish contact with another individual, and normally much softer. And when we hear contact calls, it's normally quite a very particular little noise that they try and establish where the other ones are, the other one, the other ones, or with a display that's shouting everybody and sundry to let them know that you're there. But with zebra, I don't really know that you have much of a difference there with the contact call versus a display call. They've got pretty much a similar, they've got snorts and grunts, which they just do randomly. It's not really, I would think that maybe could be classified as a bit of a contact noise that they make. Whereas the whoop, 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 whoop is more of that they can do that as an alarm call, or then they can be doing it as a display as well. So zebra, a little bit more tricky, but it's I think definitely snorts and grunts versus a proper zebra call for display or territory. No, not that they're territorial, but for the harem itself.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
spending with these, I'm pretty sure, 2 harems of zebra, and with the odd warthog coming down as well. Well, I think we're just going to stay here and see what else decides to come down for a drink. And while we wait and see if there's any other thirsty customers, I'm going to send you on over to Lisa.
Thank you, Rolf. No zebras outside yet. Lots of springbok though. And I am now just checking each and every springbok since we now have seen our first lamb. I keep checking to see, perhaps there are more, just lying down taking a nap, and we have completely overlooked them all this time. But I don't think so. There are still a lot of females around that are still very, very round and pregnant. So hopefully they'll also start to drop soon, which will be very exciting. But no zebras outside yet. We will keep looking though. You see, now I keep second guessing absolutely every rock, and just a smidge I see, then I keep thinking, oh, could that perhaps be one? Because of course, the adults themselves camouflage so well between these rocks, but even more so the youngsters. This morning was just absolute proof of that. Had we not seen that tiny one walking with Mom at first, we would not have known even about it. Lawrence, you would like to know, how do springboks protect themselves from predators? Well, I mean, if they really get cornered and they have no other chance or choice, they will try to use their horns as much as they can. But springbok are rather fast animals, and they love to sidestep the predators when they do in fact get chased. If you have not seen it, do yourself a favor and go look up some videos of it. It is super fascinating. Specifically with the cheetahs, in the Masai Mara. They really are very clever antelope. They look like they play rugby when they actually are running away from predators. But as I say, apart from their speed, they can also evade the predators in hopes of, trying to use their horns. But that is only really if they get cornered. Because remember, in terms of using their horns, they would need to use body strength, and for that they would need some stability as well, which would mean they cannot really run or do any of that. They sort of have to have a stable position to do that from. So, but for the most part, it's actually by running. And again, if you have not seen any footage on it, please do go look it up. It is really super fascinating. They are really fast antelopes as well. And of course, they are one of the smaller and daintier antelopes. And so that also definitely helps them with their speed. I wonder if we will get a last-minute surprise today on Escape to Nature. And And just for those of you that were not with us today for the whole Escape to Nature, we had the lovely Miss Taylor joining us for a good 2 hours or so, herself and Mpo, which was pretty awesome. But speaking of Taylor, just a kind reminder, Saturday the 14th of January, Taylor McCurdy herself, she'll be having doing a Ask Me Anything for the Explorers, and that will be happening at 8 p.m. Central African Time. So please, as I mentioned earlier, please do make your lists. Ask her the most difficult questions or ask her the most random questions, like, has she ever tried counting the hairs on her right arm, or something like that. But no, we all know she's very hilarious and she's very open and honest. So definitely have a think over on what you would like her to answer for you, and that will be happening Saturday the 14th of January at 8 p.m. Central African Time, and it is for explorers. So if you are not an explorer and you're really interested in this, perhaps look into signing up. And as I say, if you did perhaps miss out on today's Escape to Nature, or you specifically missed out on Taylor's segments, remember, we do everything for you. So we take the whole Escape to Nature and we take all of the best bits and we highlight them for you. And you can always look at that by downloading the Wild Earth app and then just checking the highlights, which makes it super easy. You see, like this springbok, she is still very hefty. Oh, I'm just loving this green grass. Can you imagine if there's been like a month's proper rain, how these animals are going to love it? Is that a bird, or is that just the actual tail that's swooshing around? It's a little bit tricky with the wind and everything, making us shaky. Oh no, it's just the tail, never mind. Thought for a moment there it's a bird that is actually busy pecking off something. And there you can actually properly see her teats. They are both still heavily pregnant. And just off to our right in the water, we've got Terry, our terrapin. And if you missed it, we gave the goslings names today. Well, to be honest, I had a very difficult job because I initially chose names and then they had to be middle names, and it just became a whole ordeal. So the goslings are MD, MJ, CT, NJ, Mo, and GSD. It all sounds very, very weird, but it's abbreviations for our, for our MC team, and specifically with Escape to Nature. So just so you have a bit of background, MD is for Max and D, MJ is for Morgan and Jordan, CT is for Tulu and Tadiwa, NJ is Nadine and Jared, Mo, Mel and Olwetu, and GSD is Gwen, Donald and Sapiwe. And then only after I did all of that, I was of course informed that I forgot about Roscoe. He's a new tech member. But then we decided, you know what? The brand new Springbok lamb will be Roscoe the Rascal. So everyone's got names now. My work is done. It's been an exhausting day. No, I'm kidding. It's been a brilliant day on Escape to Nature. We've had some European bee-eaters. We've had our first Springbok lamb. We have also had some elephants in Djuma, and then we had a lesser spotted tailor and a mpho for a good 2 hours of the show, so that was really lovely. And then of course, you know, Rolf with his beautiful zebras, Nick with the wildebeest, the buffaloes, the rhinos, absolutely everything that he had to. I would say we've had a rather productive day. I hope all of you agree with me. Ooh, what are those? I think it's zebras, I'm not too sure. Yes, some last minute zebras. Look at us making progress again. It has been an awesome day. And now the zebras are also coming for a last minute surprise. But from tomorrow for the next 3 days, Alex will be your waterhole naturalist again. And I really do hope you see a lot of wonderful things on Escape to Nature. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I will still be here for Sunset Safari. Hopefully, I've got some amazing things to show you. But remember, after this, it's Penguin Beach and then the amazing Sunset Safari. So please do join us for that. And please do remember, we are always live and interactive. So send your questions, your comments, all of that, anything you would like to ask us. Or oh my goodness, look at this bee eater. Just go sit in a tree and hide until I'm done, because now you're just teasing me again. Goodness. Anyway, it has been such a beautiful day, and as always, thank you for all of your questions, comments. Thank you for helping us name the goslings, or at least giving ideas to name them. I don't think anyone's going to remember the name. Perhaps I shall ask Alex to quiz all of you on the names to see if you paid attention. But thank you so much for your suggestions today, your comments, your questions, absolutely everything. And as always, just being a part of us and escaping to nature with us. It really has been a brilliant day, and I hope all of you have enjoyed it as much as we have. And I hope you see a lot tomorrow, the day after, Sunday with Alex. Hopefully, you know, Okokoyo changes. It gets rain. And everything will just absolutely transform for all of you. But again, from myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist, thank you so much for an amazing escape to nature. As I say, I will hopefully see you on Sunset Safari. But I hope everyone has a beautiful Thursday. Stay tuned for Penguin Beach. And please do join us for Sunset Safari. And of course, join us again tomorrow for Escape to Nature. But from myself, Lisa, from Nick in Kariga, and then of course from Rolf and BK in Amakala, we say goodbye and we'll see you later.
This is gorgeous. Hukumuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans that's filled up after that beautiful rain we had last night.
First time seeing Hukumuri. Isn't he beautiful? Only meters away from me, folks.
You know, for all we say he's a gangster and he's got a face for radio, we only tease. He's actually highly, highly adorable.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused.
It's not just Hukumuri and elephants approaching. Look at this.
I love it.
This is amazing. And now she's headed towards the elephants. Yeah, here comes the male behind us. This is the male lion coming over here. The elephants have huddled up to protect the young ones in the middle, and he's going after that girl. And they are the buffalo going after the lion, and the lioness, they're still going after them. Look at that guy charging, hey!
It seems like everyone is joining the party. I'm speechless. This is really, really amazing. Hyenas love bonding.
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the thing over. That's why we moved.
So we've been extremely lucky. And this is what I'm talking about when I say just spend time with animals. This is very, very, very cool to see this. Do cheetah males groom each other for social bonding? And I can't give you a better answer than what they're actually doing in front of the camera right now.